Hi everybody. If anybody's out there yet, welcome to our Thursday broadcast. It is Thursday, September something. September 20th? Or 27th?
It is September 20th.
Okay. I got it within a week. Yes.
Thank you for
September 20th.
subscribing, Steve.
Oh wow, thank you, Steve. That was quick. Welcome. I've scooted her over. This is the painting I've been working on. So far, I've pretty much only been working on her in front of other people. I've worked on her here at Twitch, and I worked on her at the Kansas City Renaissance Festival for a little bit in the morning before it got crowded. But so I've kind of scooted her a little bit closer to my camera because I'm going to focus a lot on working on her face on this one and painting her eyes and her hair today. So I want to make sure that you can see her very good here in front of the camera. Might even move her a little bit closer if I work on the dragon later, but I'm excited. It's a kind of a Halloween themed show tonight, isn't it, Maddie? I know it's not quite
a good month
October
and 11
yet,
days before.
But yeah, I know. I get excited for Halloween early, and we won't actually be here in the States during Halloween. We'll be over in the UK. We'll be at Whitby Goth weekend, and then we're in our London place after that for a while.
Oh, thank you, Black Widow. She subscribed 5 months.
Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much.
Wow, 5 months.
Show off your emoji.
I wonder what will be happening 5 months from now. When will it be 5 months from now?
That'll be next year.
I know it'll be next year. That'll be like in February? We'll probably be doing our Epcot stuff, yeah?
Yeah. We have a lot of people in the room.
Oh, wow.
Girl in the Mitten says painting is looking good. Hello, everyone.
Yay! Hi, everybody. Hello and welcome. Happy that some of you guys are here already. It's actually a very good night to be watching because we have 4 giveaways tonight.
We have really good
instead of the usual
giveaways.
3, and they are exciting because
everything is brand new.
Everything is brand new, and we have been having a crazy week as far as new exciting things coming out, merchandise-wise, artwork-wise,
Do you want me to run through the raffles now, or do you want to talk about what we're doing now, or what you've done now?
Why don't we talk about the raffles first, because some people might be wanting to join that early on.
All right, our first raffle will be at 1 hour.
So 1 hour
we have it hourly.
So about 5 o'clock.
The Jack and Sally Magnet.
Jack and Sally Magnet. You will probably see me showing an awful lot of my Nightmare Before Christmas. These are all from Disney World. We bought them at Disney World and we are giving them away. But we had our event at Disney last weekend. It was crazy. It was awesome. A lot of people came, and we bought some extra things to give away to our friends here at Twitch, and maybe some people at Patreon too. Keep an eye out. But Jack and Sally is kind of the theme of the night. The new pictures here, and these are lovely magnets that are made by the Walt Disney Company, and it's basically my whole little painting of Jack and Sally, and Sally's cat is in there. I've been told this is the first piece of official Disney merchandise that features Sally's cat, so that's kind of exciting. And Zero, which is Jack's dog.
Jasmine,
I'm assuming the cat and the dog like each other. Yeah.
L. Hertz wants to know, is the front of her hair going to be a light blue, a silverish, or a white?
You know, I'm going to make it kind of a dark turquoise. A little bit later on, I'll show you the figurine that this character is based off of, because she was actually a 3-dimensional sculpture before she was a statue. Sometimes that happens as opposed to the other way around. But I'll show you the actual 3-dimensional statue we have of her. And
it is not a 3D magnet. This one is flat.
This one is a flat magnet. I don't know how Disney decides whether to do a 3D magnet or a flat magnet, but this one's a flat magnet. I do think the flat ones stick a little bit better onto metal, and you can also see a lot more of the detail better. Sometimes the 3-dimensional ones, some of the details lost because it's under several layers of plastic, but I like both of them. But
I apologize if I did not remove the price tag.
Yay! Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll just cover that. But also, too, I'm very happy to say that the Your WDW store online has these available for sale. So if you don't win one, you can buy one anywhere in the world online. If you live in Australia, live in the United Kingdom, live wherever, you can buy them online and get them shipped to you, which is very cool. But there's Jack and Sally, and that's Magnet. And that'll be the first giveaway we're doing. Is that what you said, love?
Yes. Would you like me to go through the others?
Yeah. What's the next one?
Alice and Dinah autographed postcard.
Yeah, that was... Oh, let's see. I've got one of them. Hold on. This is the other picture that came out at Disney this week, and it is Alice and Dinah. Again, I apologize if there's a price tag. No, this one doesn't have one. But these are from the Wonder Grand Gallery at Disney World, and we bought an extra one just to give to you here at Twitch. And this is Alice and Dinah. Again, maybe it's camp specific, but it's very rare to see Disney merchandise that has Dinah in it. There's lots of Cheshire Cat, and to be fair, you can see the Cheshire Cat in the woods up there. You can see the Cheshire Cat reflected in the water. He's kind of like Dinah's reflection. But finally, we have Dinah on a nice little postcard, and these are suitable for framing and very lovely. We also have the original painting. Was it still there, Maddie? Maddie was just there like a few hours ago.
The original painting was still there.
Okay, so the original painting is actually available for purchase from Disney. If anybody doesn't live locally, you can email me, and I'll try to put you in touch with Disney.
What is it, 7,200?
It's 7,200. It's a big 16 by 20 original acrylic painting, and it's framed. And
it's gorgeous.
Disney framed it, and it's just lovely. So the original is apparently still available. And so they
Mickey
also
Mouse
have
is
prints
taking care of it in the meantime.
Mickey can take care of
He's
that.
He's dusting it every night, making sure it looks good.
Exactly. So, but we have the postcards of these, and they are very. You don't have to use it as a postcard. Most people frame them, and they work like little prints. So I'll sign these for you too. I can even sign the magnet. So, and then what happens after that one, honey? We have 2
more.
5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7. Okay.
7 o'clock, that would be 3 hours from now. We have the Jack and Sally mug. Are you thirsty? Do you want to drink out of Jack and Sally?
These are so nice. And I don't know if you can tell on the little camera thingy, but it's a matte finish. It's like that matte gunmetal finish that's like, it looks kind of futuristic almost, but it actually
really nice
ceramic. Feels very nice on the
inner part is gloss.
And the inner part is glossy, which is good if you are putting coffee or something, hot water in it, etc. But I can autograph this one too. I would say
Jack and Sally is actually property of Disney. The original painting is property of Disney.
Yes, the original painting belongs to the Walt Disney Company. They own it. They hired me to paint the painting, and they also bought the original painting.
So we cannot sell that.
I can't sell that. Disney snapped it right up. So because I had asked them, what should I do with this? Is this something I can sell? They're like, the Walt Disney Company is purchasing it from you. So Mickey Mouse has it hanging in his vacation home or something. So, but yep, there we go. There's Jack and Sally on the mug, and you can see the kitty, and you can see Zero, and it's on both sides. So
people very, very much like the mug.
And I was going to tell you, Maddie, I don't know if you saw, but it does. I'll cover up the price tag again from Disney. It has my name on the bottom of the mugs.
Oh, does it?
And it has my little autograph too.
Okay.
So I think the shirts they didn't put my name on. That's okay. It has Tim Burton's name on it.
All right.
Characters. Yeah.
Our last is now, Jasmine. You have to show this one off in a certain way.
Let me see.
The pin collectors in the room might be very excited.
I wanted to keep the Halloween theme going, and I got my own to prove the colors and everything. I've got the first pin of my Jack-o'-lantern fairy. This will be available to everybody next month, but one of you guys will get her early here at Twitch. This is the Jack-o'-lantern fairy pin. Now, Matt's saying I have to show it off in a fancy way because I'm going to put her by my lamp here because she is a glow-in-the-dark pin. Let's see. It's not really dark out yet, but let's see if that will work. It's hard to tell because it's actually pretty bright in here, but...
I won't be able to tell for a minute.
Yeah, you probably try to cover my head.
Oh, that looks cool.
It is really cool. Here, I'll try to put it right next to the light bulb real quick. That helps. Because I put one on the light bulb and I went in the bathroom and turned off all the lights because we don't have a window in there. And it looked really, really bright. Let's see, try. Ooh, there we go. Yeah. The pumpkin glows and the little parts around his mouth and like the top part where the pumpkin top is kind of coming out.
That looks really good.
Yes, and her eyes actually glow too. Like the lower part of her eyes reflect the pumpkin, and when you see it in person, it looks really neat. And that will be the October pin of the month for my Patreon people. And we'll have them up on the website at strangeling.com, probably the mid part of October. But in the meantime, somebody tonight will win her, and you will officially get my pin.
Jasmine.
Yeah, you'll be the first one to have her. Yeah.
Amy says, I bought 5 unsealed court postcards off of Zazzle. Are the other ones going to be on there to buy?
Oh, probably. The person you ask about Zazzle is Chris. So if you email Chris at strangeling.com, you can, and CHRIS at strangeling.com. If you don't see a postcard up there, unless there's a weird licensing issue, like if it's a Disney one or something, we can usually do most of the pictures as postcards. So hopefully, if you ask him, he can upload the other ones and he can let you know. He's kind of my Zazzle guy, so.
Yeah, I don't know Zazzle very well myself.
But that's a great place for postcards. They don't have the Disney ones. Only Disney has the Disney ones, or the Your WDW store that I think Matt posted a link to probably. That's how you get the Disney postcards. But the non-Disney ones are usually at Zazzle. Yeah, post a link if you can, love. Because this link here, the Your WDW store, is a place that you can get Disney merchandise, like with my artwork, no matter where you live. If you live in Australia or Zimbabwe, it doesn't matter. They will send it to you.
They mostly ship to Zimbabwe.
Mostly Zimbabwe.
Yeah, it's mostly always always Zimbabwe.
They do, actually. I went to Zimbabwe, and I found people who like my artwork there. So that was actually pretty awesome. But they will ship worldwide. So if you're not able to get to California or to Florida, you can go to yourwdwstore.net, I think it is.
Grinchy's asking, basically, is this going to be a masterpiece, this piece? Will it be a masterpiece, a limited edition canvas?
This one probably will be. It's a 12 by 16, but it's pretty detailed. We are switching over most of the larger ones to doing masterpiece editions, which will be out of 5, which also means we'll have the open editions that will probably be right at 12 by 16, the ones that come with a certificate and are already stretched for like $90. We'll have those at the same time. But I don't know for sure, but most likely, yeah.
Amy's asking about your vinyl doll, the next one.
Oh, the next one. That is, for those of you who don't know, the first one was Allison's Starry Night, the first of Strangeling vinyl. Unless they're asking about my Disney vinyl doll.
When will you be making another vinyl doll?
Me, myself. Well, with the Disney ones, it's up to Disney. They did the Haunted Mansion one. That was the first one they did for Vinylmation. I don't know what the next one will be. I'll be surprised with everybody else. But as far as mine goes, I definitely will be making a new vinyl doll. But that is my next Patreon goal. So, I think, is it the $9,000 or $10,000 goal? I forget. It's one of the kind of stretch goals up at Patreon. When we hit that, that's when we will come out with a new Strangeling vinyl, and we will be making a special one that's like a variant. It's like the same mold but with different colors, and that will be one that only Patreon people can get. But we'll have a regular one that everybody can buy too.
Oh yes, I wanted to hop in and say for everyone who voted last week, the Meg won.
Oh yes,
for the movie that I was seeing. I will most likely be posting that audio review tomorrow.
Excellent.
I wanted to do it on Wednesday, but I did not have time. Today is Twitch, and then I have tomorrow.
Such a crazy week. It's just,
well, you know what I was doing, Jasmine? I was packing up and shipping things for the Wonderground show in October.
Oh, in California.
Yeah, your artisan showcase.
Yeah.
So I was doing a lot of that.
Yeah, so you can thank Matt if you're coming to California October 12th and 13th. All those things have been shipped out or are
we had a phenomenal show.
Oh, last weekend.
Was it last weekend?
Wow. That was only like 5 days ago. Yeah. Can you believe that?
Jasmine's line ran an hour and 15 minutes over.
Yes, and it was at Disney too. Technically, with Disney, when the clock turns 7 o'clock, I am going to turn into a pumpkin. I'm supposed to be out of there because it's contracted for specific times. But I ended up being there till 8, even though they cut the line at like 6 something, and a lot of people came. And I got to see a bunch of my Twitch people, which was awesome. It's always cool to see people in real life. Had a very good turnout, and that's when we were debuting the Jack and Sally things, and also the new Alice picture too. In addition to the ones we're giving away, we have a bunch of other Jack and Sally merchandise. It's all part of the Disney 25th anniversary for The Nightmare Before Christmas. They have, I can show you guys.
What you looking for?
Oh, I was going to show some of the other stuff.
Can you reach the back?
Stuff I have for myself. I don't know.
It's right here, sweetie.
Oh, okay.
I can only put so much stuff around you.
Yeah. But I can show you some of the other things that they have at Disney that we debuted. And you can get these either at the online website, yourwdwstore.net. Matt probably posted a link. And
I did.
Again.
I can do it again.
They have these wonderful, they're faux leather purses that are big. They're like a tote bag almost, but they're super fancy. They've got like these metal plaques on them, and they've got pockets and inside pockets and more pockets, and very, very nice. They've got Jack and Sally on both sides, and I got one from Disney.
There's some goodies inside the bag too.
And they got Jack and Sally on that side, and then the plaque is on the other side. Now I really feel like I'm QVC. I'm showing off handbags. Mm-hmm. But the other things they have there, and again, these are available online from your WDW store, so you can buy them anywhere in the world. They've got shirts, official Disney shirts with my Jack and Sally on them. I was actually wearing one earlier, but I got kind of cold, so I put on a longer shirt. But these are incredibly soft. You felt the material on this,
very soft.
Maddie? It's not like usual t-shirt sort of material. It feels like it's almost like knitted silk or something. It's super, super soft. And it's got Jack and Sally, and they have a wide variety of sizes. I think it goes up to 2 or 3X, I forget, but it's on the website too. And then they have wallets, and this is my wallet now because I got one and it's mine. Sorry, I'm not giving this one away. Maybe I will later. And these again have the wonderful official Disney plaque. Got my Jack and Sally, and these are the type of wallets that you open up and you can like put everything in it because they're big. They've got a little zipped area, which is where I keep my keys because I don't have enough keys to have a keychain. Money, things for credit cards, I guess. I don't know. But they're very well made, and they're available from Disney, and they're also at the website. So you can get these at the Disney parks, at Wonderground Galleries, or on the website. I don't have one of the notebooks, do I, love?
You know what? I forgot to bring that down. That's my fault. Okay, I'll
you
do
can
that.
grab one of the notebooks. Yes, and the notebooks were actually, I didn't know they were going to have them there because Disney hadn't linked that in their first picture. They showed that had the different Jack and Sally merchandise, but they have these notebooks that are like 8.5 by, I don't know what size they are, but they're about that big. And they're kind of like a diary, and it has Jack and Sally on the front. And since it is a merchandise only line, they don't have prints and canvases. It's a different division of the company than the same people who do things like my Alice paintings that go on prints and canvases. It's only on merchandise, like stuff you wear, things that decorate your house, because it's part of the special 25th anniversary Tim Burton thingy. So it's handled a little differently than my other things. But a couple of the people who are in line at the Disney event bought the notebooks, and they showed me how you can remove the cover of the notebook. And the notebooks are relatively inexpensive. They're also really nice notebooks. They're like a diary. They're lined paper. You could use it for a sketchbook or something. But some people showed me how they took the front cover of the notebook and they framed it, and it's kind of like even better than having a Disney postcard that you're framing. So it's like having a small print, sort of, and you can totally frame that or just use it as a cool diary. Those are also available worldwide online from Disney.
Jasmine, I got a couple questions for you.
Yeah.
Got that? Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Let's see. Where'd the question go? No, that was Seth's question. I need to find Lady K and get to Seth's question.
Also, when you get a chance, Maddie, can you bring me the statue of her? I want to show them what I want the hair to look like.
Are any more news about the Alice coloring book?
Alice coloring book. My work on that is all done. I have sent everything off to the publishers. When you send something to an actual publisher, not something you're printing or publishing yourself, but when it's actually a publisher, usually the writer or the artist involvement ends about 6 months or a year in advance, and then I get to wait with the rest of you. So what I do is I go to blueangelonline.com every morning, basically, and I hit refresh, and I look at their new products coloring books, and I see if mine has popped up yet. So far it hasn't. It will usually pop up a couple months in advance of when it comes out, and when it does, then you will know the date, or I will know the date. You'll know when I do because I go to blueangelonline.com. That's the publishers. I hit refresh, looking at new releases, coloring books, and I'll see when it pops up. I don't get told ahead of time like, hey, we're going to put it on Amazon at such and such time. That isn't something they are going to tell me. I did the paintings, and that's where it ends. And then I find out when you find out. But here is the statue that this painting is based off of. So if you can see her hair, I'm going to do hers a bit more photorealistic, probably a little bit less cartoonish, even though I'm going to keep the proportions of her pretty much the same. So she's got kind of a dark teal and dark cranberry as far as her hair goes. So since I want her to match the figurine that we did, again, this is available from the Bradford Exchange, from Hamilton Collection, and also from Burning Desires Gifts, which is our friend Tanya in Canada who ships worldwide if anybody wants one of those. It has little Swarovski crystals. It's pretty fancy. But anyways, so I'm basing her off of her, effectively. Sometimes I do the painting first, then the figurine. Sometimes it's figurine first, then the painting. But I was looking for a Halloween one, and I thought this would be a good fit. So for the most part, the color scheme is going to be similar to her in my statue.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Seth wants to know if is there any way to buy prints of the pin art. I desperately want a print of strawberry cupcakes.
You know, not really of the pin art per se. That's another funny thing. It's like when sometimes I do pins that are based off of paintings I already have, and then sometimes I paint a picture. It'll be kind of a flat cartoon looking picture because it's actually the line art that they use to make the mold, like the metal mold for the enamel of the pin. So with the actual flat images, I don't do prints of those. I usually do an ACEO card maybe, but I don't do an actual print of it. But I like strawberry cupcakes a lot, so I was thinking about doing a full-scale painting like how I did for Marie Masquerade or Alice in Clockwork. How there's an actual, you know, acrylic painting that you could frame and put on the wall, and some prints and postcards and things of that. So that might be in the works. That's been so far a very popular pin. Here's the one we're talking about, if y'all don't know. She's kind of a Rococo Marie Antoinette with little strawberry cupcakes. She's currently the Patreon pin, so she's an exclusive pin you get for free if you sign up for the Patreon pin collector tier, which is not free, but you know, it's a free gift, which is kind of redundant. I was reading an English criticism thing the other day about complaining about the term free gift, because it is a redundant term.
It is.
Because gifts don't cost money usually.
All right, so that covers all the
crazy stuff.
Basically show and tell.
I know. I've got more stuff, but I want to actually paint too. I don't want people to think I'm just like
yes. Let's talk about
merchandise
painting.
company.
So now you're working on the hair.
Yeah, I'm working on her hair. As you just saw, I had the figurine who is called Princess of the Night. That is through the Bradford Exchange / Hamilton Collection. Hamilton is a division of Bradford, for those who don't know. So often you'll see something from Hamilton Collection that is on BradfordExchange.com and vice versa. Hamilton usually features smaller figurines, but not always. Usually the ones that come with multiple ones of them that are going to go together in a collection, hence the name. And Bradford tends to be the higher dollar, more fancy ones, but this is kind of a combination of the two. I know Amber, my sister, had one of these that she had me autograph the certificate for that was on eBay the other day, but it might have already ended. So I started putting the colors down on her hair last time we were here. I have not worked on her since I was here last on Twitch, so about a week ago. I've been finishing up some more Disney projects and a couple of commission pieces that I can't show you guys now, unfortunately, but I'll be showing you some other cool stuff later that I've been working on.
The Disney pieces you did?
Not the Disney ones. I'm not showing you those. No, I've been working on other things, and I've got some other new pictures that yes, that you will be seeing. Yes.
And mum's a word here.
Yes.
I can't tell you.
No, it's very exciting. And we will be back next Thursday. Also, the Sunday, unfortunately, I can't broadcast because I have to finish up another commission piece that I can't show to the public, so I can't show you while I'm working on it. Unless I just showed you me, like my face, and not me actually painting, and that would be kind of weird because I wouldn't know what to talk about. I put the shading down on her hair, and I'm taking some, it's pretty much pure. I'll show you the color. It is called quinacridone magenta. It's kind of like a bright magenta. It's somewhat transparent. So since I've already put the darker bits around the sides and the shadows and the lighter bits on the highlights, I'm taking some water and mixing it with the quinacridone magenta and going over that. So you can still see which areas are dark, which areas are light, but now it's going to get an extra pop of color.
Jasmine, will this painting be a pin?
It might be. I have had half a dozen people at least, maybe more, ask if I will be doing a pin of this one. So I might do. If I were going to, I would probably wait until maybe next year and possibly do her as a Halloween pin. I think that would be really neat. Or alternately, I think I was talking to somebody, was it Ricarda? Somebody, I was talking about Whitby Goth Weekend, and I was like, oh, this would be a great one for Whitby Goth Weekend, so that might be a fun one to do for one of the goth shows I do, because she's totally a vampire and is in a cemetery, so.
Totally a vampire.
She's totally a vampire. Oh, you know what, man, I forgot to print out those new pin designs I am doing for this year's Whitby. I'll show you guys next weekend. If you're in the pin group up at Facebook, you already saw them.
Next Thursday, maybe?
Yeah, I'll show next Thursday.
It looks like the wind is picking up outside.
I know. I hear the branches clawing at the windows again. Seems like every time we broadcast there's some sort of thunderstorm here. Hopefully nobody was inconvenienced by the hurricane that has happened in the interim period since we were here last.
I hope not. It was happening right then.
Yeah, it was starting to.
We met many people in line on Saturday that said, yeah, we have evacuated. And
yes. Using the term loosely. When you hear evacuated, it doesn't mean that you're leaving on a rowboat with your last little sack of clothing. It means it's like, oh, storm's coming this weekend. Why don't we drive a few hours south and go to Disney World for a little while? So that's usually the bulk of it.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Amy says, sorry about flooding the pin group with all those cover photos. At least I finally
outsmarted Facebook. Yes, thank you for making that. I like how you added the making friends bit on there too, because if anything, I think the pins group on Facebook has been successful with that. I see people doing meetups in person, and I think some people are meeting up at Whitby. I got to see a bunch of you at DragonCon. I think it's really cool that a lot of you have bonded over the pins like that.
At least I finally outsmarted Facebook's cropping nonsense.
Yes, it didn't used to be that way with Facebook. It used to say this many pixels by this many pixels, and you could upload it, it would fit, it was great. Now you upload a picture, they want to crop it no matter what, and they decide what the outsides of it are, so they try to pick an interesting outline and say that's the middle part. It's really dumb. But you definitely outsmarted it, and it looks great now. So thank you for doing that. Would you like a Halloween one? Oh, maybe. Yeah. Now let us know if anybody wants to make one, and it seems like it makes sense to do it for like a special holiday theme or anything like that. I was thinking about changing my own, maybe putting a Jack and Sally one up since it's, getting to be close to Halloween time. My own page, I've had the same cover page or the cover image for quite a while on Facebook. Wow. Oh my gosh. Gonna get me for talking about hurricanes, Mr. Wind.
I told the room that I'm waiting for a Strangeling Pin singles group.
Hey, you never know. I told you last time about the people who met in line at one of my events and they ended up getting engaged. So
I love this pin. I love this too. You want to go on a date?
You could double up your pin subscriptions. I'm going to turn my hair dryer on real quick, and I'm actually going to use it on her hair, so it makes sense. Picture of the statue up here I'm going to tape here too. So I can look at a photo of the statue. I've got the actual statue here. And then if I need to reference anything, I've got her here. I'm not sure you can see it from here. Yeah, anyways.
They wouldn't stay single for long. Yeah.
Aww. Especially if they had like a spirit alligator girl.
Yeah. We could follow their progress.
Yeah. Hey, that's sweet.
And I wonder what they could wear, like, for the cufflinks, it could be little pins.
Oh, see, that would be darling. I'd almost feel like I'd have to go to the wedding and like make special pins for wedding favors or something. Now that I've covered the whole part of her hair that's in the back with the quinacridone magenta, it's looking very, very pinky purple, so I want to add some highlights and some lowlights and also a bit of reflection from the back. We worked on the background a lot last time. We put a lot of ochre and quinacridone nickel azo gold, that kind of brown yellow in the background. So I want to introduce that into the modulated magenta that's on her hair now. I'm going to take some of the quinacridone nickel azo gold, that's this one right here, and mix it in with some of the magenta that I had, and a bit of Naples yellow. Naples yellow is kind of like adding white to something, but it makes it kind of a yellow tinted white. So if you're using a warm color, it's very good to use Naples yellow to lighten it and brighten it a bit. Instead of putting white in it, it'll make it look less chalky, and it will keep a lot of the same pigment that's in there. And she's kind of backlit. I've already kind of put some bright red, like a halo, around her a little bit too, because if you have magenta hair and you have a bright yellow sunshine behind you, those little bits of hairs are going to look kind of like a dark orange. But I'm going to take this here and put it along. I've also put some darker color along the part of her hair, as if maybe she had dark hair to begin with, but she dyed it purple and teal. We don't know. Maybe when she was alive she had dark hair and she turned into a vampire. Her hair got much more exciting colors.
It just changed.
No, it's like how you suddenly get bright blue contacts if you're an Anne Rice vampire and you become a vampire before you had brown eyes.
True.
It happens.
Or they just went to a really, really, really cool website.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, a lot of the places that sell the special effects contact lenses, they'll have ones that are called Lestat or Louis, and they're supposed to look like the ones that are in the film.
There are only 37 days until Whitby.
Oh my goodness. Wow, I need to buy my airfare. It's funny.
We'll just start walking.
I was going to say, I've got so many shows before that, it's almost hard to keep that in my head, because we've got to get to Kansas City. Golly, next weekend? We're back in Kansas City, right? That's next weekend.
Next weekend, yes.
Next weekend. Yeah, next weekend. Saturday and Sunday, the 29th and 30th of September, we'll be back at the Kansas City Renaissance Festival. And Matt will be there this time. It's not just me. And then the weekend, no, October 12th and 13th, we will be in California.
Right.
And I will be at Disneyland, California for my artisan showcase. And for also, I'll be signing all the Jack and Sally and new Alice things there. And then Whitby is like a week or two after that one. So I've got, yeah, I still need to take care of our trips to Kansas City and to California, and then figure out Whitby after that. So it's difficult sometimes planning for multiple shows in a row. I've had folks asking about Tintagel next year, and I'm like, oh golly, I think I've got 13 shows in between now and then, so it's hard for me to even see that as the not too distant future, even though it is, and that should be a wonderful show. I'm doing some individual strokes of hair, but I'm trying to make it kind of a single shape.
We will be at Pop Gallery in Christmas.
Yeah, December 22nd, we'll be at the Pop Gallery. Also at Disney Springs on November 10th, we will be back at the Co-op again.
And we'll be at Epcot all the time.
We'll be at Epcot a lot in January and February. I have not gotten my official schedule yet. I usually get that a couple months in advance from Disney, but I will be at... assuming they're doing it the same as they did last year, I don't know for sure. They have a Wonderground Gallery tent at the Epcot International Festival of the Arts, and then they have the Pop Gallery tent.
Yeah, Pop Gallery specifically does need an invitation.
Yeah, they have to see if they're invited. They've been at the last two, so we'll see. If that is the case, then Pop Gallery is where my non-Disney artwork will be, and Wonderground will be where my Disney artwork is. Although, to be fair, if Pop Gallery is not there, then they might have a selection of my non-Disney artwork at the Wonderground tent too. So either way, it should work out. But yeah, the past couple years, they've had me do around 7 or 8 events during the January-February showing of the Epcot International Festival of the Arts, and that is where Disney will be debuting my Princess Tiana painting, my Cruella painting, and my new Cinderella painting. So that should be a very exciting time. And as always, as I was saying earlier, if you don't live nearby, you can't come to Disney in person, you can always go to the yourwdwstore.net, search the word Beckett, B-E-C-K-E-T. Don't put 2 T's in it because I only have 1 T in my name. and you can find things up there. If you look up there right now, I think they had like 60 different items of mine from Disney, like prints and shirts and all sorts of things. And they ship worldwide.
Princess and the Frog is your favorite.
That is...
Jasmine's Tiana's
my
amazing.
Tiana, we were talking this morning about what our personal favorites of my paintings so far for Disney have been. It's really hard to choose. But
January when Cruella will debut.
Yeah, probably.
Most probably. Can't speak for Disney.
That's the thing. The art festival at Epcot runs January through February. Those paintings, 3 paintings I'm doing, will debut at some point during the art festival. I'm assuming they'll do it near the beginning, so they have the prints and the paintings and the merchandise, like for the whole festival. But I don't know for sure. I don't usually know. I just do the paintings and then I show up and see what's there. But things like Disney, I talk to an artist liaison. They're the people I send the artwork to. I'm not the person who makes those prints or decides what it goes on stuff or anything like that. And sometimes it'll even be like a year or 2 in advance. So when I get up there, I am totally surprised that's there. And when we have prizes like the little magnets and mugs we're giving you here at Twitch, those are just things that me and Maddie bought when we're at Disney World.
You.
Yeah, for you guys. You. Yeah, I don't make those things. I don't get like a Jasmine discount or anything. We buy those to give them away to you. So don't ask me to go get you purses and bring them to Australia. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, it might, but you can buy them from your wdwstore.net and they will ship worldwide. They are actually a shopping service, which means if you buy something on their website, they literally drive to Disney World, buy it, and then mail it to you. That's why they're able to do that. It's a local company here in Orlando. So I put a little bit of that Naples yellow. I'm actually adding some vat orange. As you know, whenever I paint anything red, I always put a lot of vat orange in it because that makes it look like it is a red that has been warmed by the sun. It looks very bright.
What's that one?
Vat orange. V-A-T orange.
That one comes up a lot.
It does. Again, I use it, anything that's reddish, even if it's purple, if it's brown, if it's like magenta. I put the vat orange on the parts that are going to hit by the sun because it's kind of yellow plus red equals orange. So I use that one quite a bit. I'm mixing it in with the magenta and the Naples yellow that's on her hair. And I'm just putting the occasional individual hair in there. It's very easy when you are painting or drawing to feel like you want to draw each and every hair on the head. I typically paint the whole head like it's all one solid mass, and then I put layers of paint making the individual hairs or the direction where the hair is going or the hair part on top of that. Because when you look at somebody's head, you don't see a million little lines all over their head. You see a big black mess like my hair, and you might see 1 or 2 little bits that are going off to the side.
I think she's lovely.
Thank you. Yeah, so far so good.
What color will her dragon be? Will you match the statue?
You know, the statue doesn't have a dragon in it, so that's what's interesting about it. Oh, I heard a magic noise.
Thank you for the subscription.
Thank you. But yeah, the statue does not have a dragon. I'll see if I can reach her real quick. And
there you go. Duh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. But yeah, the statue has a little raven instead. And since I have quite a few paintings that are based off of my Hamilton collection figurines from the Raven series, the Edgar Allan Poe one I didn't want to make it too redundant, so I decided to, instead of giving her a raven in this picture, it's the same character basically, but I'm giving her a dragon instead. I usually do some sort of dragon Halloween painting each year, so I wanted to have a dragon.
Well, is she popping out of her coffin or hopping into it? Is it sunset or sunrise?
She's kind of, I think it's sunset. Looking at how the light is hitting her, you can kind of tell, being a human looking at sunsets for a long time, whether or not it's a sunset or a sunrise. There's something very subtle about the direction in which trees are hitting, on the way they're growing. Something about your head thinks, oh, that's sunset, that's not sunrise. So she's waking up, so it is sunset because she's a vampire.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
M. Campbell says, could you create a Jasmine version of a Disney character for yourself to sell?
No.
Or is that illegal?
That
I
would be
know
illegal.
I do card making, and people are always creating stamps of their characters.
Yeah, it would be illegal for me to do that. I can only do it if Disney has commissioned me to, and then only Disney can make the products. I'm not allowed to print them out myself. There are people who make fan art and they sell it, and it is illegal. It's like saying, how can you drive 70 miles an hour in a 65-mile-an-hour speed limit? And it's like, oh, you can. You just break the law and hope you don't get caught. So that's what you see other people doing. And since I have a good relationship with Disney, I don't want to do that.
No, we don't.
No.
Why ruin it?
No.
Elhurt says, how about a light blue dragon?
A what?
How about a light blue dragon?
Light blue dragon. You know, I might try to give him some of the elements of the bluish teal that's in the front part of her hair. Again, I'm going to darken this a little bit so it kind of matches the picture. And I don't want it to make it too bright. I don't want her to look like she's like a clown or something. I want it to make it a little bit more subtle. But I might take some of that blue teal kind of aquamarine color and put it somewhere in the dragon. I might do it by reflecting, or by using the same color that's in her hair, maybe putting it in his eyes. Or maybe how he's got different scales that are kind of on his breast there or down his brisket, and maybe the inside of his little wings.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Who do we petition for Disney to make pins of your Disney stuff?
You just have to talk to Disney. I'd say go to the Disney website. I don't know if they have a separate website for pins or not, but you can try emailing them and say, hey, we like Jasmine Becket-Griffith from the Wonderground Gallery. Can you do some pins of her artwork? And maybe they will. Have you seen, Maddie? You might know more than I do. Have you seen any pins of any of their third-party artists, like at Wonderground? Have they done any, like, of, I don't know, like Jared's, like Hipster Mickey? Have they done any of his?
No, the cuties look a lot like Hipster Mickey, but it's not Hipster Mickey. People could confuse the two. I've not seen that yet.
I don't think I've seen that. Again, that might be a different part of the company, but...
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Have you thought about using crystals in the painting with the skulls like the figure?
You know, I have thought about that. The thing with the painting... I'll show the figure again, in case they're mentioning here. In the actual sculpture, this was a co-brand of Swarovski crystals, the people who do the cultivated Austrian crystals. So the skulls in the actual sculpture have little Austrian crystals in their eyes, and she's got one like on her corset there and down there. But with this painting, seeing her as a real character and being backlit, like the sun is setting behind her, I don't know if there isn't light hitting the skulls from the front. I don't know if you'd be able to tell if they had crystals in their eyes or not. If I were to paint, even now, like we have the skulls here and you kind of see them, there isn't a light right in front of them, you don't really see the crystals very much. You only see it if you look at them straight on and there's a light on them. So since the light source is in the back, I will either put a very subtle nod to the crystals, like maybe a tiny little red glint in there, or I might just leave it dark, because if I were to have the sculpture and put it on a hillside with the sun setting behind her, the skulls would look really dark since it would be backlit, if that makes sense. I might put a little tiny dot of red in there, just on the off chance that somebody who owns one of the sculptures has the print and they want to display them together on a bookshelf or something, then it would look like it matches. But which is why I'm trying to pick at least a similar color scheme to it. Also, it's a very lovely color scheme. I'm very proud of how the statue turned out. I'm going to get my bigger brush out and put some more shading on her hair. I think it's looking... I don't want it to be too, like, Pippi Longstocking. I want it to look more vampiric. So I'm going to get one of my bigger brushes. Got one of my fuzzy brushes. You know, I don't know if I have a bigger brush that isn't fuzzy. I think I might have one here.
You have to make one fuzzy?
No, I don't want a fuzzy one.
You don't want a fuzzy. I see.
I want it to be a new brush. Here we go.
Yay, new brushes.
Here's one. It's in the plastic still. Yay. So this is the same as my other brushes. It's Golden Taklon, but it's a round, what's this one called? Number 4? Size 4 by Royal Langnickel. Again, it's a man-made fiber brush. I'm vegetarian, so I don't use animal fibers, but I'm going to use this to kind of shade in her hair, make it a bit darker. Yeah.
Kieran wants me to let you know that he's going to be uploading tonight's broadcast and the broadcast from before to his YouTube channel tomorrow once Jasmine has put up tonight's Twitch broadcast up on her YouTube channel.
Oh, I always click the upload thing. I do that every time I broadcast. Sometimes it takes Twitch longer to upload it. I don't know why. Sometimes it takes them a day. Sometimes it's taking like a week.
About rain. I don't understand. Are you talking about literal rain?
Yeah, it's
not you, Jasmine.
Oh, okay. It's raining here.
Yeah, people are saying it's raining.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but we're getting a lot of thunder and rain here also in Florida. It's typically this time of day in the summer.
What do you do with the brushes once you can't use them any longer?
I keep using them. Some of these brushes I have are over 20 years old. They look very old and very brown, very fuzzy. Sometimes I turn them into paint stirrers. And I just use them for mixing paint, and I don't even try to paint with them anymore. But I keep them around because they're about the right length to be used for grinding paints together or mixing pigments. Or also, if I've cleaned them really good, I have some brush cleaner. It works pretty good. I'll use them for mixing gesso. Since gesso has plaster in it, I don't like using my regular brushes in it, or it makes them all kind of clumpy with bits of sand kind of in them. So I'll use my old brushes for stuff like that.
Thanks, Kintra, for the subscription.
Oh, was that the magic noise? Thank you, Kintra.
Oh, they're discussing what the weather could be like at Whitby.
Oh, yeah.
Your rain isn't very bad in the UK.
Well, I know it rains a lot in the UK, but it isn't the sort of rain
I'm used to really
where
bad
you get
stuff.
30 feet
Completely
deep
drenched.
houses washing away and stuff all the time like Florida. So we're used to rain of all sorts. The rain in the UK seems to be fairly gentle, and also it seems like folks are used to it there. So they have places to put your umbrellas when you go into a store, or they have free umbrellas at some places. And they have a lot of indoor places you can go and get a tea or something warm to drink really quickly if it starts raining. So I'm taking a bit of, this is called Payne's Gray. Payne's Gray is a color I use, and I mix it with a lot of water. Again, I'm using just plain water from a cup. I mix it with that. And I'll use that if something is looking too bright and I want it to look kind of more blue, kind of darker. I will put Payne's Gray on top of it, mixed with water, and that will kind of knock down the vibrancy of the pigment load on there.
I'm enjoying the lack of rain.
It's raining now.
Well... typically, like this last week, hasn't been too rainy.
Our forest here is very flooded, though.
Yeah, we still have a ton of rain.
Yeah, I mean, if we walk out in the woods by our house, there's water, like, it looks like a swamp. I mean, it is a swamp by it, but...
So, what job do you think you were doing if you weren't painting, Jasmine?
Well, I used to work at Dairy Queen. I'd like to think I still wouldn't work there, but I don't know. I was very interested in music for a long time. I thought about pursuing that as a career, but I just realized I like painting a whole lot. I started off in college on a physics mathematics major that I eventually switched over to independent study and art history. So I do like the sciences a lot, and I still keep that as a hobby. But it's hard to think of jobs I would do with that, really. Other than writing, maybe.
So, Tammy's saying that it's been dry in Kansas City.
Oh, yeah.
But wasn't it all muddy and stuff when you were there?
You know, when we were at the Renaissance Fair, let me think, was that last weekend?
The weekend before last.
Weekend before last. Yeah, it was weekend before last. It was very muddy, but it wasn't actively raining. But yeah, the Renaissance Fair was very muddy. It's one of the places that all the walkways are basically silt and dirt and gravel. So when it does rain, it can kind of, I mean, I have lost a shoe there before, like taking a step, bringing my foot out, and the shoe never came out. So it gets very, very muddy there.
There's cold weather next week in the 50s.
Oh my. Yeah, we will be at the Kansas City Renaissance Fair. Not this weekend, but the subsequent one on the 29th and 30th. So it might be. We've been there when it snowed before. We've been there when it was 110 degrees before. So it's the thing about Kansas City. It's kind of both extremes all the time. It drives me nuts.
Oh, it'll start going downhill really soon.
Oh, it'll start getting cold.
Chilly.
Yeah. There you go. I don't know how well you can see on the camera, but I've taken some of that Payne's Gray and kind of knocked back the what would be kind of the back side and the side of her head, and also along the part of her hair in the middle. So that's looking more cranberry than like Ronald McDonald red. Now I'm gonna get some turquoise. I think I have a little bit of turquoise. I'll show you the bottle here. Are you turquoise? There we go. Turquoise, Phthalo turquoise. I like this one a lot. I haven't been using it for more than maybe 6 months or so, but I really dig this one. It's very transparent. If you look on the back, it kind of shows you like the transparent / opaque sliding scale of it, but this one is fairly transparent. So if I put this on top of the lighter area I put in where I've already shaded in her little front bangs as being kind of bluish green, it will make it a stronger hue of turquoise, and it'll also make it a bit darker. So I can get some water. This is the brush I just got, the one I just opened up, a number 4 brush. I mostly use number 4 brush, a size 0 script liner brush, and then a bunch of old fuzzy brushes I've had forever, and my fingers. That's 90% of my painting right there. So I'm going to get some of that turquoise on my
Jasmine,
palette.
do you prefer the Ren Fair when it's chilly or hot?
I prefer it when it's hot because when it is chilly, it is hard to even make my fingers move properly. Our downstairs there, the store is not really heated. It's not air conditioned, so it's the same temperature as the outside. So if I'm there and I'm supposed to be autographing and it's literally freezing outside, it is hard to warm up my hands to sign my autograph with any realistic level of detail or to paint. Because I do paint there sometimes, and I don't want my paint water to freeze. Yeah.
How much hand embellishing do you do on your limited edition masterpieces? I just got one. Do you do them all the same time?
I do them one at a time. Usually what Matt will do, he'll give me a list of the ones I have to do that day, what number they are, if they need any special messages on the back, etc. And I'll spend maybe a half hour or so, an hour maybe on each one, and I just go through and I paint quite a bit of small details. I use my fluid acrylics just like I paint with, so it's very thin. Some people I know some people who do hand embellished things use the big puffy paint on the top to make it look like it's really thick, and I don't do that because my paintings don't look like that, and also that tends to fall off after a few years, so I use my very thin acrylics on there. If you're ever really curious about what part of your canvas has been hand embellished, you can get one of those what do they call it, antique lights. They're like a black light that looks like a little pen. They use them like on Antiques Roadshow, and you can see if there's a different level of paint. And if you look at that, it will, depending how old it is, it will show up all the pieces that have been hand embellished on the top. I'll actually be showing some hand embellishing if we have time today. Probably maybe after 7 o'clock, maybe like the last hour here, I'll be working on some ACEO cards.
Those are great.
Yeah, and I use the same method for hand embellishing those as I do my masterpiece and limited editions that have hand embellishments. So I'll do things like I'll add little flowers or put extra hair. There's stars, I'll add some constellations, and I'll try to cover a lot of it with actual hand painted things. That way too, let's say you have the number 3 and somebody has a number 4 and you put them next to each other. It's kind of like those puzzles where you look at 2 pictures and you figure out what's different between each one. I like to make subtle changes in each one. There won't ever be anything drastic. It's not like there'll be a dragon in one and then it's a frog in the next one, but it will be like, oh, there's usually 5 daisies over there. Now there's 7 or
we
something
put the
like
ACO
that.
cards on our eBay store.
Yeah, I put those on eBay because I only make 1 ACEO card of each painting I do. Since I only make 1, there is no possible way I can sell them straight out, because if I put them, let's say I put them up for sale at 5 o'clock Eastern time, people would probably buy them. One person would buy one right away, and the people who are asleep in Africa or Australia or something like that would not get the chance to buy it. So what I do is I put them in my eBay auctions. I start them at a penny and I run them for either 7 days or 10 days, and that way everybody can see it, they can bid on it, they all had a chance, so everybody gets a chance at them. I start them at a penny. They end anywhere from like $30 each all the way up to $2,000 or $3,000 each, so it depends. Those were charity ones I did, but but I only make one for each
very,
painting.
very popular.
Yes, they're very, very popular. I think it's because they genuinely are one of a kind. With ACEO cards are the trading card size canvases, and I only make one, and people do trade them. People collect them. People put them in like the little it's like the little plastic things that you put in binders that you put Pokemon cards or baseball cards in. It's a good way to store them. They also make frames that are just for ACEO cards that are that perfect size, and so it's very easy if you go on Amazon or Etsy and just search ACEO frame. You can find frames that are already made for ACEO cards.
Jasmine.
Yep.
Kim Watson says, my husband and I think your eyes are your inspiration for the eyes in your paintings.
Oh, yeah.
Are they?
Yeah, a lot
your
of
eyes
them...
in your paintings are so beautiful.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. In that way, that's a very good compliment to me. But a lot of the paintings I do are based off of my eyes. I think we did... Which picture did we do, Maddie? Oh, Blue Willow Skull. If you go back in my archive up at YouTube and look at my previous Twitch broadcast, we did the one for Blue Willow Skull. And I think I showed the process. I took a photo of my eyes, like looking in a certain direction, and then I had the photo next to the painting when I was sketching out the painting. And that's one that you can tell specifically. It's like, oh, Jasmine posed for this, and that's why that painting looks a lot like Jasmine. So I'm always here when I need a reference, so I'll just take my iPhone, take a picture, hold it up, and make an expression. So a lot of my paintings end up looking like me, not necessarily intentionally, but more out of necessity since I'm always here and I don't charge money to do modeling fees. I think a lot of artists tend to paint themselves anyways, even if they don't mean to.
Yes. I remember there was a big, crazy, had a whole documentary, it was probably an hour documentary.
Oh, was it Leonardo da Vinci?
Leonardo da Vinci used himself as painting the Mona Lisa. And at first I thought, wow, that's interesting and weird, but since I've known artists, I see they always paint themselves. Yeah. It's typical. Even sometimes when they paint animals, it's really weird.
It's true. Sometimes even when I paint pictures like that aren't supposed to be me, even portraits of other people, sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't have anybody handy, so I'm going to hold my hand holding up a wine glass like this, and I'll use that as the photo reference, and then that person ends up having my weird little hands, and just how it goes sometimes. That's probably why I paint mostly females. I don't know. They all tend to be little self-portraits of one way or another. Okay, so I've taken some more Payne's Gray again, and I'm mixing it with that turquoise that I'm putting on top of the lighter highlights. Even the areas that were almost white on her hair will show up a brighter turquoise in the shadowed bits, because if you have bright white and you put a clear jewel tone like turquoise or bright green, bright red, bright orange, something like that on top of it, that won't look white when it shows through. It will look like the purest representation of that color, because it will really be like an almost stained glass window, like a glaze on top of a solid white light. And that's part of what will make things look more three-dimensional when it's done. Yeah, I'm liking this hair combination. I don't know if I've seen anybody with quite this hair combination, but that would be a nice one. Yeah,
so Jasmine, what is your favorite phase of the moon?
My favorite phase of the moon? I like the full moon a lot. I like very, very small crescent moons when it's a horn moon. When it looks like the crescent moon is kind of a U shape, and when parts of it look almost really red. That's one of my favorite moon phases. Did I show the... Oh. Did I show my picture? I don't think I did yet. With the Queen of the Night Blossoms?
You have not yet.
I have not, or Queen of the Night Blooms.
Because you didn't want to show too much.
Yes. Yeah. Speaking of moon, was that a lead-in, or were you just asking about that?
We're just talking about moon phases.
Wow, okay. Well, hey,
I'll
this ties in nicely. I'm not just randomly bringing this up. But some of you might remember, I think I showed this to you guys, but this is not one I painted on Twitch. It's one I painted right before I was broadcasting on Twitch, and this is for a show in San Francisco that opened last Saturday at Modern Eden Gallery. Her name is Queen of the Night Blooms. The original painting is in San Francisco at Modern Eden Gallery. I know Matt's got a giveaway to do, but I'm still
Go ahead,
talking.
Jasmine. It's no problem.
Yep. So the theme of the show was ephemerals. So I picked the Night Blooming Cereus, which is, I think we talked about it up at Twitch before I even painted her. That was part of the idea. It's a type of flower. It only blooms at night and only blooms for a very short time. Some people call them cactus orchids here in Florida, but they're really called Night Blooming Cereus or Queen of the Night, which is a great name. But here are the prints of her. The original painting sold already at the gallery. One of my patrons got her, yay! But we do have the prints and the canvas prints up at strangeling.com for worldwide shipping, and she is on sale this week for $9.99, and you get one signed by me on the back. We also have canvases. The open edition ones I think are on sale for $90, and then we have the big 16 by 20 ones. The number one is up on eBay right now. If you like number ones, go get one of them.
Like Titch91 won the raffle.
Congratulations!
Yay,
so,
Titch.
And that would have been for the magnet? Or wait.
Yes.
Yes. So you have won the Jack and Sally magnet from Disney World, and I will autograph. It's made in the USA. I didn't even know that. Yay! So I will autograph this, and we will send it to you. If you are there, email us at jasminetoad@aol.com. That way we will know your address. Twitch doesn't give us your name. It doesn't give us your address. It doesn't give us your email. We don't know how to contact you if you don't tell us you won. So let us know if you won. Anyways, we've got the prints of her up there now. Or if you're in San Francisco, go to the Modern Eden Gallery. The whole show is lovely. It's a group show that's curated by Beautiful Bizarre magazine. Some of y'all might know them. That's one of the best art magazines out now, and they always put me in their curated shows, and they pick a lot of really interesting art. They have a lot of three-dimensional sculptures and dolls and lots of paintings and all sorts of nifty things. And it's right there in the middle of San Francisco, and looks like a really fun show. I didn't get to go there in person because I was here at Disney World last Saturday, but a lot of people are there, and somebody posted a video of the opening event too, if you'd like to see it. It's up on my personal Facebook page. Somebody tagged me, Michael Cuff tagged me in it. It looks like a great event. So even though she sold, it will be there. What's up?
Top of the hour here, 5 o'clock. 89 viewers.
Oh, for heaven's sake! Thank you, everybody. I think it stopped raining. I think I just hear
I just hear cars going by.
Driving around in the water, and it makes squishy noises.
Yes, it does make squishy noises.
The area around her jawline and on either sides of her neck, that same blue-green color, but I'm going to make it a lot darker. Putting some Van Dyke brown and some Payne's gray in that. And that will give it a more three-dimensional look, so it doesn't look like she's just wearing like a Halloween wig. It's going to look like that's her real hair. Yeah.
Gabriel decided that he wants Jasmine to sign one of his Pokemon cards, so he can trade it for a higher one.
Why not?
I love how 9-year-old brains work.
Why not?
Super Beast.
Yeah. That's great.
It's like an upgrade.
It is, yeah.
Oh, yay, Titch saw their message.
Excellent, congratulations.
Never really expected to win anything.
You won.
Is it cashews and wine coolers time? We haven't had the wine coolers.
Wine coolers? Didn't you have something that was a wine cooler once? Or did you not? No, somebody was talking about wine coolers. I remember that. But you are all welcome to have wine coolers. But you know what, Matt? We're almost out of cashews.
That's okay. I'll put it on the list.
Okay. But we have some cashews. Today. We do have some cashews.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. I'll probably get one in a second. After I finish the kind of bright blue turquoise on here, since that's such a bright color. Again, I'll show you the actual bottle.
Queen of the Night Blooms is a canvas cutie currently.
Which one is? Yes, she is.
Yeah, she's up there. She's up there, Wild Elf.
Yeah, we just put her up there.
I think she's the most recent one.
Yeah, she should be the newest one.
So since I know you're a patron.
Yeah.
You put in your little.
Put your patron passcode up
Yes, your passcode, and then look at it, and it should be the first one.
Yep. And just click on the exclusive merchandise section or the Patreon exclusive section at strangeling.com, and we'll have the canvas cuties up there. But here's the turquoise. It doesn't look like it's a bright color. If you look on the outside, I always kind of put my own smudge on the front, but they put kind of like a clear version of it on there to show how transparent it is. But it is fairly bright. The only problem with that is, since I paint with my fingers a lot, when I get it on my fingers, if later on I want to be working on her flesh tones, or if I want to work on the sunset, or the sunrise rather, no, sunset, it's nighttime. morning time for her. In the background, I don't want to make green smudges on everything, so I used to sometimes try to wear surgical gloves when I painted, but I realized I didn't have the control over my fingers there, and it kind of just made a big wobbly mess. So what I do is I just wash my fingers periodically. So after I finish working on adding some more color here, thank you,
Ritter Critter.
Did
and I like your name.
Oh, that's a great name. After I finish adding this, I'll probably go wash my hands a bit.
Well, Boone's Farm, I don't know if that's technically a wine cooler.
I didn't hear it.
It's not. We're talking about Bartles and James and Seagram's.
Well, Boone's Farm is technically a wine cooler, but it's sold in a wine bottle.
Is it carbonated?
No, wine coolers aren't always.
Oh, I thought they were.
Yeah, they just have to be a malt beverage.
Okay, I don't. The thing is, I wasn't old enough to drink anyhow when wine coolers were like a big, like the sensation.
Although, I will say the first things that you drink did tend to be things like Boone's Farm wine.
Yes, I used to drink Boone's Farm because it was the only thing I thought tasted okay. I didn't like the taste of alcohol.
It's the Kool-Aid of wine. It's fine. Yeah, it's good. It's not very strong.
But yeah, Boone's Farm
which is a good thing a lot of the time.
Is Kool-Aid.
Yeah. I remember when me and my sisters
hair is lovely.
Thank you. Me and my sisters turned 21. My dad would always give us a bottle of Strawberry Hill Boone's Farm wine.
That was $3 a bottle, wasn't it?
It was like $2.19 back then.
Steve Ray said Strawberry Hill BF.
Yeah, that was that's a gateway wine.
It's a gateway wine. It might lead you to dun 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 Merlot. Oh my God, can you imagine?
I don't know. I have a painting called Merlot.
You do?
From the Spirits of the Vine series. It's only at the Pop Gallery at Disney because they also have a champagne wine bar there. So they asked me to do some wine-themed ones. I have Merlot and Chardonnay are the two paintings.
Kieran's got lots of homework to do.
Okay, Kieran.
Well, I think he's going to hang out, though.
Oh, okay. Well, don't let us distract you too much.
I'll commiserate with you. Oh, no.
Homework.
Glad I don't have that. I have a lot of things that are like homework still, though.
I have a lot of things like homework, too.
Yeah, it seems like we do a lot of homework type things.
Yeah. I was going to say, I always feel like I'm working on projects that have deadlines.
Oh, okay. Let me explain the raffle to Ritter Critter.
Yes.
And somebody in the room, and I'll do it, too. I'll show you, Ritter. What we do is we type !raffle.
All one word.
Immediately enters you into a raffle. And you'll see this little thing called MooBot.
It's a software program through
Twitch. It says added one or more users to the raffle.
Yeah.
And that will add you to a raffle. And then randomly, hourly today, I will choose a winner from the room. And you don't have to be present necessarily.
We don't choose it. The MooBot software does.
Yes, it is random.
And Matt will see it before we do because he's logged into the Twitch MooBot raffle software.
Perfect job, Ritter. You did
excellent.
It
yeah. And it is old school computer bot based, so it does have to be exact. It has to be !raffle.
Yes,
MooBot's not Matt typing in. It's actually a robot that is reading our text and it picks people at random.
I click a button that says like draw, and then it
picks somebody.
Adds it to the room.
Yeah. That way it's fair.
Yep.
It is very random. We've had a couple people in like
and the
twice,
next one, the next raffle in about an hour.
Is that the Alice?
Is Alice and Dinah postcard?
Okay. This is a postcard also from Disney World, and this is my new Alice and Dinah from Wonderground Gallery. And it is a postcard. You could theoretically send it as a postcard, or you could frame it, and I'm going to autograph it for you. If you don't win, you can get them at Disneyland in California, you can get them at Disney World here in Florida, or you can get them at your WDW store, which is one of the only places that you can get all the Disney merchandise, like at the parks, and get it shipped worldwide. That's like a couple dollars more, I think, online, because it's a shopping service, and that's how they make their money, but they will ship anywhere in the world. I'm going to take that down here.
Shadow Dancer said, if MooBot doesn't give me the pin, I'm going to smear him with my daughter's poo diaper.
Oh, dear.
Wow, and then he'd be PooBot.
Oh, dear. Oh, my. I was going to say, I don't know. If MooBot is indeed a cow, I don't know if they would care that much.
He'd probably just look at you like...
cows.
You go... Someone has a watercolor painting of yours on eBay.
Which one?
Go ahead and... it says it's a Jasmine Becket-Griffith original watercolor painting of Fox Girl. When did you paint in watercolor?
I painted a lot of paintings in watercolor in the 1990s and very early 2000s. That's when I would have been in school. I wasn't able to paint in acrylics at school because for some reason in Missouri they wouldn't let you put even acrylic paints if they were non-toxic. We weren't allowed to put them in the sinks, so we couldn't use the paintings at school. So I mostly did independent study at home. So when I was at school, it was usually in the cafeteria. I would fill up a water bottle like with water at the drinking fountain, and I would do very small, usually on watercolor paper, little fairy sketches and stuff like that, and put some watercolor paints or watercolor pencils on them, and I'd put them up on eBay. I've been on eBay since late 1990s.
I remember there was watercolor fairy 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, but there was tons of, I probably did a couple hundred different watercolor sketches basically on paper that I would do there in the cafeteria when I was killing time in between classes. So they do pop up periodically. Some of them are even found in some of the earlier fairy books, like The World of Fairy, Art of Fairy. There's a series of fairy art books from the late 1990s, early 2000s, mostly out of England, and some of those might be featured in there. Somebody had one of the thoughtful fairy paintings up they were asking me about. I don't know if it's the same one he posted that was currently for sale on eBay. I was like, oh my gosh, that's from the Brian Froud World of Fairy book, and it was one of the first times I was actually published like in a large scale book. So yeah, you can usually get those for a bargain since they're student works of mine. They're not incredibly detailed, realistic paintings like I would do now, but a lot of them are very lovely, and for the most part, they're going to be authentic. If you ever have questions, you're like, I'm not sure if that's a Jasmine painting or not, you can always email me at jasminetoad@AOL.com. And I've kept records over the years of which paintings I've done, when I sold them, and I can check and make sure I can authenticate it for you. Say, yes, that's mine, or no, that's not, or that's not a painting, that's a print, and stuff like that. Sometimes people buy things at garage sales, and they're not trying to trick anybody, but it will be just like a print they got at Hot Topic or something, and they'll think it's the original. I'm like, no, that's a poster. The original was on a piece of wood. And I'm always happy to do my best to figure out for you. Make sure you don't get something that's mislabeled or... In fact, a lot of the watercolor paintings, I'd recommend, if you're somebody who buys art for investment, they tend to be a lot cheaper than acrylic paintings on wood. It's kind of a good way to start an art collection with an artist's earlier work if you're doing sketches or studies on paper or in watercolors.
I'd say.
That's what I try to do. I collect art also, not just my own.
Even if you're talking like you know,
even like from Christie's or Sotheby's or like historic art. Yes, yeah, artwork from 300 years ago. If you get things like sketches or studies or drawings, preparatory works, early pieces from artists tend to go for less, especially when they're still alive. They go for less, and when, not saying I'm going to die anytime soon, but if I did, they'd probably go up in value. Don't murder me. That is looking pretty sharp there. I don't know how well it's showing off in the camera here. I'll pick this up and turn it around so you guys can hear better. I have masking tape on the back of my painting, so it kind of sticks in. That's what makes that noise. That's what it goes when I lift it up. There she is. Now you can see her hair. It's still very bright and very dark, but it's more subtle looking. It doesn't look like she just totally used a bunch of Kool-Aid to dye her hair. It's more of a manic panic look. And I've made it so the back of her head's a bit darker, and so the roots of her hair are a bit darker too. Even if she doesn't dye her hair, when your hair grows out of the roots, it tends to dig back into your skull, and that creates a little valley of shadow across where the part in your hair is. If you part your hair in the middle, part on the side, the middle part's going to be a bit darker just because it's in shadow, because that's where all the strands of hair are growing from. You can take a little bit more of the quinacridone nickel azo gold and put that around the outside. Again, kind of halo that in, since I want to reestablish the idea of the light coming behind her. And since it's a sunset, again, that's her sunrise because she's a vampire.
Yes, it is.
It's going to make that a bit more orange-red.
Jasmine.
This is pretty much dry, so I can paint right on top of that. Yeah.
I know that you like the Anne Rice novels a lot.
Yeah.
What, if you were a vampire, besides all the, obviously, you know, underhanded, weird sucking blood from the innocence sort of thing.
Yeah, you know.
What powers would you like? What powers would be cool if you were a vampire? Think about the Anne Rice world and different powers they might have.
I always thought it was nice when she had a handful of vampires, even Claudia, like in the interview of the vampire, who it's going to sound very stereotypical of me, but who liked to make art, and they spent years practicing their painting. I know Claudia would do drawings and detailed paintings when she'd travel from port to port and do things like that. And Marius, I think, had he's the one who painted also. Didn't Marius paint? I might be lumping some of these guys together. I'm sorry, Anne, but
he did in the movie, but I'm trying to think. I don't know if it was as prevalent in the books.
Yes, but there are a handful of her characters who spent hundreds of years refining a craft.
They got their 10,000 hours in.
Yes, whether it's playing violin or if it was something like making music or making paintings, doing sketches, refining, sculpting. I like how that was always an element of her characters. Something that you're like, hey, I have an infinite amount of time. I can get really good at doing something.
Web development.
You could do that, yeah.
But that's that would change with time.
That is something.
There are certain types of painting that do not change all that much. That's
true. Yes, acrylic painting hasn't changed a whole lot since the 1920s.
My rag bag said you're already there.
Aw, thank you.
M. Campbell had a good question,
What's
Jasmine,
that?
and only you would be able to answer this.
All right.
Are you ever a major fangirl? I don't think Jasmine's a fangirl of anything, but ever a major fan, I'll say.
Yeah.
Of artists at the conventions you go to? Do you ever exchange paintings with other artists?
You know, I haven't done a whole lot of one-on-one trades. I've had other artists buy my work, and then I have in turn bought artwork from them. I think I'm always reticent to trade art for art because I never know if the other artist is like really trying to pay their bills that month, and I don't want to be like, here's a painting.
I will say that the times when we bought art from another artist that we both really like their stuff.
Yeah.
Paul Bonner and Andy Steak come
Paul Bonner does wonderful artwork. I've got some of his original Magic the Gathering paintings.
I can pop it off the wall.
Yeah, if you like.
Yeah, Paul Bonner's amazing.
Oh, yeah, I have Blade Tusk Bar in there. Bring that one in.
Yeah.
You can. Okay.
It's,
Paul Bonner, he does watercolors, very realistic, but they are a little...
I put it behind glass because it was watercolor.
It's a watercolor, so I put this one behind glass, but... You know who I fangirled in front of was William Stout, Bill Stout. He does a lot of dinosaur paintings.
And he did a lot of concept stuff.
And he does a lot of concept art for Disney, and I definitely fangirl.
I don't know how well that'll show up, but that is a magic card. You'll see the little
Blade Tusk Boar. Yes, this is the original. I forget how much I gave for this.
Boar is just going to town.
Yes,
on these,
crazy piggy
poor little goblins.
Eating goblins. But yes, we have that in our living room. Here you go, hon. This is how
Yes.
But yeah, it's behind.
It's an
watercolors I like to put behind glass.
I'll check out Paul Bonner.
Paul Bonner, Paulbonne are fantastic watercolors. You'll look at that and you're like, wow, is that a photograph? Did he do that in Photoshop? It's like, no, it's that big and he did it in watercolors. That's amazing.
I will say that it was hard. Remember how hard it was to buy it from him?
Yeah, he's not the salesman that somebody like me is. He's like, I was like, do you have any original? He's like, yeah, I have some. They're down here in a box though. And I'm like, okay, can I see them? And he's like, yeah, I guess so. Here you go. And I'm like, well, can I buy one? And he's like, yeah, you can buy them if you want them. And it's like, well, how much are they? He's like, oh, I don't know. That one's that much. And it was like pulling teeth. I was like, no, you got to be excited. Tell people to buy it.
Kieran says he's watching.
Yeah, Paul Bonner is
his tutor knows where his priorities are.
Oh, there you go.
I wish there was a way I could make money watching Jasmine paint. I need to work.
Maybe there might be a way, man.
I don't know.
I don't understand.
It seems like the more you watch paint, the more you might let go of a little. I don't know.
Well, I will say that I don't understand how Twitch and a lot of things.
We do trade art for limbs. Where's the foot?
Oh, I have a foot.
Frankenfoot.
Yeah, I do have a foot in the other room. Yeah, I have traded my own artwork for fossils and curiosities. But in general, I don't trade art for art, usually because the other artists, I don't know what their financial situation is, and that might be something they are really needing money for that week. A lot of artists are kind of living right on the edge all the time, and I want to make sure they're getting paid what they're worth. And And vice versa.
Says, ROFL, I work with Paul Bonner. He is a salesperson, LOL. I work with a Paul.
Oh, I was going to say, probably not the Paul Bonner in it, but yes. Yeah, that's funny. That's probably a common name.
Shadow Dancer asks, here's a question that I have issues with as an artist myself.
Oh, what's that?
How do you price your artwork? I do very intricate wire-wrapped jewelry, and it takes me a lot of time to finish. But I don't know how to price them
so
that people won't bulk at the price. Bulk at the price, but I actually get money enough to make it worth my time.
That is one of the hardest things, and I will say, I think jewelry in a way is probably a lot different than artwork, because often with jewelry there is with painting. This is a piece of wood. It's worth like $3. It's only worth something because I did a painting on it. With jewelry, sometimes things might be worth thousands of dollars because it has gold and rubies and expensive materials that you have to take into consideration, which you don't so much with painting. With painting, my strategy over the years has been to periodically put paintings up on eBay. I started at a penny and I see what people are willing to pay for it. It used to be I'd sell a painting for $10. Now I'll sell one for $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 sometimes, just because I've been doing it for 20 years and my paintings have gotten more complicated. In general, now that I work with galleries, the galleries tend to have a good feel of, hey, a painting of this complexity with somebody who's been doing it for this many years and has this much of a following, etc. They have some sort of formula, and I kind of base my pricing structure off of what the galleries do.
I think what the
or Disney does. Disney does a little bit more because they get their cut, they have their characters, etc.
Right. Some of the prices that could not scare new artists, but say, hey, how can they charge that? Because that person has probably, when they're charging more, they've been around for a long time. Yeah. And they've developed their skill and a fan base.
It does change a lot.
So it is hard. At first, I would look at what other beginners are charging.
Especially if you're doing something like jewelry, or you're doing something that's more crafty, like you have physical items that you're paying for materials and that type of stuff too. I would say just look on somewhere like Etsy. See somebody who you think is not necessarily doing the same sort of thing, but somebody who's using the same level of time and materials. There are websites, especially for jewelry, that have calculators. You can plug in some numbers. Here are my costs. Here's how many hours I spent. How much I charge for that. And usually those are kind of a good rule of thumb, because you're like, oh, I spent $40 on all these tiger eye beads, and you want to get your money back. And then if you spend 20 hours on something, you're like, oh, I at least want to make minimum wage, so you can figure that in.
Yeah, I remember that.
With painting, sometimes
artists,
it's like,
artists sometimes say for shows.
For shows,
they say for shows. The first shows you do. Now, this might sound kind of depressing. You just want to cover costs.
Cover your costs. No, the first 100 paintings I did, my goal was to cover the cost of my materials.
So you have to think of that. The first
shows
cover costs.
Yeah, cover your costs. Make sure
because you're doing
especially with jewelry.
It's not about money at first. It can't be. It has to be about love.
A lot of it is setting the groundwork for creating not an empire, but creating something you're going to build on top of it.
You're creating a vampire.
Right? I am creating a vampire. But but with something that doesn't involve a lot of cost, like to set up, again, a piece of wood's like $5, and the paints are maybe $5 or $10. So I'm not going to sell this for $20. I'm going to sell it for $5,000 because I'm putting many, many hours of this. And it's not the only amount of time I am putting the hours into the specific painting. It's the 20 years I put working up to that, if that makes sense. That's kind of compensating all of that going in the future. And if it's something at like a gallery might be taking 60% of the money that you are selling it for. So you sell a painting for $10,000, the gallery takes 60%. That means the gallery takes $6,000. Then you're left with $4,000. Then you think the IRS will take 38% of that, so that leaves you with like, I don't know, $2,000 or $3,000. Then you think, oh, there's the materials. I had to mail it. I had to insure it, and it was a $10,000 painting, so that cost $600 to insure. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, I'm making $1,200 on this $10,000 painting. How many hours did I spend on it? And you're like, I want to at least make minimum wage, or at least cover my costs, and maybe some extra to pay some employees and pay for your studio space. And that's usually the formula it works out to be, even if something looks like it's expensive. I know. Somebody's like, $10,000, you could buy a car that. I'm like, no, I'm going to see like 300 of that.
I will say, though,
I don't get that money.
One benefit that someone like Jasmine would have when having a large body of work is we have the ability to replicate it in print form.
Yes.
And that is not available for jewelry.
It is for jewelry if you're then going to, let's say you come up with a design, you design the jewelry and you mass market it. Let's say you come up with a factory that you want to have a deal with that can take your original piece and market it into different, like mass market it, make it wholesale, maybe do it stainless steel instead of solid silver, etc., and then turn it into something smaller and that can be sold to stores, and you can kind of replicate things that way.
Yeah, I would also, I feel that when, depending on what sort of show you went to, let's say you're doing a con, if you have many products of varying prices, if you have low prices, and you also have high prices, you can bring in people with all sorts of budgets.
Oh, exactly. Something like...
And that's fantastic. You can do that with jewelry.
You can do that
have
with
the smaller
jewelry.
pieces and the bigger pieces.
Smaller pieces and
in fact, a big piece may sell a small piece.
You can have it, if you do jewelry, and I know people who do fine art jewelry, they'll have a really showstopper thing that's like $8,000 in the middle. Then they'll have some simpler pieces off the side that are like $200, and maybe they'll have some little toe rings or something that are just wrapped wire jewelry off to the side for like $15 each, and those take them 10 minutes to make, and they might sell 100 of those because people saw the big fancy one in the middle and they want to get the other ones. But yeah, with painting, it's something like this. I will eventually have $9 prints of it on my website. I'll probably have $3 postcards of it. So there, no matter what level of budget.
So we need to look at this painting and we need to think, what, where is it going?
Too,
what fruits will it bear? But not all do that. For example, when Jasmine does something for a company,
something
sometimes
for Disney.
It stops there.
I'll do something for Disney, and they're like, "We're only going to make coffee cups for this one." I'm like, "Okay, that's what you paid me for. You can make coffee cups, and that's all it is." But then you get the idea of trying to grow more of a brand recognition. So people are like, "Hey, I saw that coffee cup. I like that girl's artwork. There's a statue. I mean, a statue that matches my coffee cup." And I am that way when I buy things, so I assume other people are that way when they buy things too. Now I'm going to do some probably cooler highlights on her hair once I've gotten her eyes finished, but I want to start working on her face and eyes a little bit more. Because I've had a lot of people text me or send me messages here asking if I can do some close-ups of painting eyes. So after I get some of this blue stuff off of my fingers, I'm going to come back. We're not about ready to do another giveaway, are we? Do we have another half hour or something?
We have a full half hour.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go wash off my fingers.
Okay.
And be right back. And I will move the painting at that time to have it close up to some, so you can see the eyes closer. Because a lot of people have asked if I can do a better close-up to show the eyes.
Okay, awesome. So does anybody know if any good movies are coming out? I haven't looked at what's coming out this weekend.
Funny, you talk about movies.
I like talking about movies. It's one of my funnest topics. One of my favorite times is going to an empty theater, completely alone. Maybe one of those crazy theaters that have 3 stories, and going all the way to the top, sitting all the way in the back. I count the seats, and I sit right in the middle. And when the movie starts, I feel like I am king of the world, and I have no problems. It's one of the best feelings I have ever felt. It just really, really, really makes me happy, and I could just fall into the movie. Sometimes even bad movies. It doesn't even matter. I just love going to the movies, experiencing movies at the theater. I'm not one of those guys that does well watching movies on their phone. I mean, sometimes I'll pull up my notebook and I'll do some Netflix movies. But man, I really, really love the theater. Oh, Venom, yeah. That does look good. The new Jack Black movie. Oh, The House with the Clock in Its Walls. I heard that that's a phenomenal book. Has anyone read that book? I was thinking about reading that book. I did see the Meg, and I will be doing my best to put up the review tomorrow, the audio review. Okay, Shaylee. I won't see you at the movies then. Yes, it does look very steampunk. That movie, The House with the Clock in Its Walls, looks like something as a child I would have went crazy over. I didn't have a lot of money when I was a kid, So what we usually did was we went to a discount theater, the dollar theater they called it, and we watched movies after they had already been out for a while. This was before, even before video stores mostly. So we would go to the dollar theater, and sometimes it'd be $1.50, but we'd still call it the dollar theater. And I love that experience because you go there and there's still the popcorn and there's still the drinks. And it didn't bother me that I was seeing a movie that was a few weeks old. It was all the same. But I loved it. Jasmine, did you ever go to the dollar cinema, the dollar theater? I remember I saw Wayne's World like 20 times at the dollar theater. Wayne's World, when it came out, and I mean, it's aged okay, but when it came out, it was a very, very different sort of comedy. Yeah. And I really, really loved it. I just thought it was the best thing ever. Oh, hi, Tigger. Oh, you love your new Blue Willow dragonling? Oh, we got a sunshine. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That's how you and Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Here's my sunshine. She's my good kitty who doesn't bite me.
Kansas City did have a lot of well, Tammy, then you know that I went to the one in Truman Corners.
I used to get the one at Watts Mill a lot.
We didn't have a car, so I would just walk to Truman Corners, and
my sleepy kitty.
It was fun. I loved walking to Truman Corners, going to a place called Topsy's and getting a little bit of ice cream. I'm not a big popcorn person. At least I like popcorn more now than I did then, and I'm not even super huge into it.
Yeah. Get popcorn from my dad sometimes.
Oh, people love the kitty.
Yeah, she's actually still there. I don't know if y'all can see her, but she's on the back of my seat. Hey, sunshine.
Oh, Steve, that sounds great. As a kid, I would sit on a hill by the drive-in and watch movies without sound. That sounds like a dream, though. I love that sort of thing. So Shaylee just wants to know that she's been listening and watching as she's planning work and sketching. And thank you, too, for Twitch, because just listening to you two talk about your work ethic inspires her.
Oh, thank you, Shay. I've had a few people say that they are working or painting or doing something artsy and craftsy while they're listening to us. So it's pretty cool.
It's a time you could. It's really the way to hang out with Jasmine.
Yeah.
If you ever wanted to hang out with Jasmine, this is the way.
This is what I do all day.
I don't know if it makes her. Does it make your life seem more interesting or less interesting?
I don't know what to compare it to.
So people sometimes they have a funny idea of what goes on in an artist's life, especially one that works as an artist.
Oh, yeah.
But it looks like it turns out it's just a bunch of work.
It's mostly sitting in like the same 18 square inches and not moving for a long time. I'm taking some of that Payne's Gray, a bit of Van Dyke Brown now. I'm kind of moving that in. I'm going to make her hair a bit longer. The little blue stripe that's at the front is kind of in the front there. It goes about to her waist. I want the area behind her longer hair in the back to kind of go down almost past her waist and come up again. Kind of snaking around. It's going to make it look kind of magic-y too. It's going to behave a little bit more interestingly than regular hair does. I like my hair.
Jasmine.
Oh, yeah, she's gonna be pretty. Yeah.
Do cats ever sharpen their claws on your paintings or walk across them?
Not usually.
I'd say they're fairly respectful.
Yeah, I will say that a lot of it.
I'm afraid of camera though.
The thing I'm painting on, it's probably hard to tell from the cameras, but it's at a 45-degree angle, like a drafting table for the most part. So cats can't really walk on it very good. When I do have to do a lot of signing, like let's say Disney sends me 100 limited edition canvases I have to sign, I usually do that on a table in the living room, and sometimes the cats will try to step on those. We have to watch them. But for the most part, they're pretty respectful. I think they can tell it means something to us and they don't want to get involved. Now my chair, the cats sharpen their claws all the time. Sunshine has eaten a lot of the fake vinyl. It comes off in little pieces like this. And she bites them, and the whole bottom seat is pretty much gone now because she's taken bites out of it. I don't know why. She bites it and she shakes her head really fast and spits it out again. So it's very unpleasant. Doesn't really hurt the chair though. So,
Oh, so somebody in the room mentioned Welcome to the Dollhouse.
Oh, yes.
That's a good movie.
I know that movie. Yeah, Heather Matraza's in that.
If I lean over my artwork for that long, my back starts screaming. How is yours?
Too.
Jasmine's back sings opera.
Yeah, it's well, for the first hour and a half of the day, I do a lot of back and lower back and elliptical exercises, and I think that helps offset any leaning over that I do. Here's hoping. I don't want to get illustrator's hump. I have a lot of older artist friends who get kind of a weird bump on their back called illustrator's hump because you're leaned over all the time. So I'm very wary of that. So I do a lot of back and core exercises in the morning. Hopefully that will offset that, but only time will tell. Sometimes if I'm on a deadline and I'll paint straight through, like pull all nighter or something, I'm kind of a mess the next morning. Yeah.
Can you explain the dangers or the threat of illustrator's hump?
I don't necessarily know if it's dangerous per se. I think it's bad for your posture, but if you're the type of person who likes wearing backless sundresses, which I am that type of person, it isn't necessarily the best sort of look. I don't know. Like, it basically looks like you have it's not quite a hunchback sort of thing, but it's almost there. It's from leaning over like this, and it can cause problems with your vertebrae and your back and your neck and chronic back pain stuff that you don't want to get into. So basically in the morning I try to do a lot of exercises that involve my neck, back, and just keeping good posture in general. Triceps, etc. Because the rest of the day I'm like this, and that's not very good for exercises. Like 90%, I have a Fitbit, and 90% of my steps are done like before 7 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, that crazy has bad neck pain, and he uses exercise to help.
Yes, that can help a lot.
Yoga would help. I think yoga helps everything.
Yoga helps everything.
Yoga helps. Yeah, I think everyone, even people who do yoga all the time, I don't know if ever doing more yoga is ever going to be bad.
No, that's always good. Now our friend Sanjay in India, who was showing us yoga and saying how it helped, we found out he was 78, was he?
Oh, he wasn't that old.
Wasn't he?
I forget, 68.
73, 68. He was whatever he was. He was way older than we thought.
I want him to be.
He's like, 20, oh my gosh.
Because I don't want to ever lose a Sinji.
I know, but yeah, he's our friend who takes us around when we go to India, and he told us how old he was, and it's like I had no idea.
He is very
like,
grandfatherly.
It's because I do yoga every morning. It's like, okay.
Yep. And he made us do yoga.
Yeah.
And then he did this thing where he laughed at us, and
that's
then
he
started
to
make
yoga,
us
where you
laugh
at people.
Yes,
and it's hard not to laugh when you watch him. Cause
when you see Sinji, he's so jolly.
He is jolly.
I don't know.
He's like Ganesha come alive.
Yep, he's very, very Ganesh. Stretching is so underrated.
Yeah, stretching can save you from a whole bunch of problems. And it certainly doesn't hurt. All that, even if you're not sure if it does anything, it doesn't hurt anything, so you might as well. It's free. Okay, I think I'm done with her hair for now. I will probably do some more. When I go through the highlights, you guys might be here depending on how much work I get done on her in the next 4 or 5 days. I'll be back here next Thursday. I might do some more on her hair, but for now I'm going to start working on her eyes so I can show y'all how I paint eyes some more. In my brush, I'm gonna get my other brush out. Let's see. I was using this one. This is a size 0.
Oh wait, that's a little one. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
This one's a size 0 Royal Langnickel Golden Taklon Script Liner brush. There are a lot of script liner brushes. I think they're called that because they're meant for writing script, like you're writing things like calligraphy, or you're doing musical notes, like writing a staff with musical on it. And so it's a very, very, very skinny brush. This is the same one too. If you've seen me sketch here on Twitch or like at live events when I'm doing sketching, I use this for sketching. Like all the lines you see here aren't pencil. These are actually a very, very skinny little brush. I think it works better than a pencil because you can bend it and make it go around corners, and you can wipe it away if you don't like it. So I'm going to be working on the eyes. I'm trying to think.
Are you going to mess with the camera?
I might move the camera a little.
I don't know anything about that.
I don't know either.
But Jasmine loves old cheesy 80s scary movies and 70s movies, and we like 70s Hammer films.
Oh, I like the Hammer horror films a lot. Yeah, the old Christopher Lee movies, I like them. Okay. Is that shot pretty good, love? Can you see on the, on the TV?
I'll need to see when it stops.
Computer. Okay.
Yeah, that's very close and good.
Okay, this is probably what people are talking about. Okay, so I can move this closer.
That's amazing.
Now, the only problem is the camera's like 2 inches above it, so I'm afraid I'm gonna hit it and knock it over, and you can see like my kitchen or something, but hopefully this will be okay. You can probably see my palette better too. I don't know. And somebody on Instagram was asking about my palette, and they were like, how do you use a paper or plastic plate and use it over and over again? The reason is I have the Masters and Stay Wet sponge right there. There's a sponge there. Then I have a piece of paper that I soak in water, and I can wash both of them a couple 100 times. So the paper, even though it's paper, you can wash it in a sink, and it washes like a piece of cloth, like an old piece of clothes. And the sponge is like that too. You keep it wet and keeps your paints wet too. Yeah.
Are you tempted to eat that? Are you tempted to eat that?
Eat what?
The little cloth, wet cloth.
No. Okay. You say that while I'm actually putting my brush in my mouth. Okay. I'm gonna get some pure white in here. I'm probably gonna use some white when I'm painting her eyes and doing some details there. Also, I'm gonna get some more Van Dyke brown. Let's see. Van Dyke brown. Again, I don't really use black paint. The only time I use black paint is if I am painting the outside of a cradled frame or like the sides of a panel or something like that. Because black paint, even if it's carbon black or bone black, it's not going to be as dark as if you make your own black paint. So I like to make my own. I usually use Dioxazine purple, Van Dyke brown, some phthalo turquoise, and sometimes I'll put Payne's gray in there if I want it to be slightly a cooler tone. So I'm going to mix some of them up here.
Yeah, Let the Right One In It is good.
Oh, that's a great book and movie.
I didn't read the book. I can't remember if I saw the American version or not, but I didn't know what
we
the
only
point
saw
was.
We saw the Swedish one.
Yeah,
that was. They made an American one that took place in Arizona.
Yeah,
I heard it was very similar, but I did not see it. I've read all of Lynn Pitt's books. Those are good.
Jasmine, did Bob ever email you about the black paint he was talking about? Dragon Con?
I don't think so.
I don't remember seeing an email like that. I check spam regularly. So.
Was it emailed to jasminetoad@AOL.com?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, somebody said they've been
sending... If he has, have him resend it.
Yeah, just send it again. I'll probably find it. Because I had somebody telling me they were sending me Instagram messages, and my phone that I have is so old. I have the old Instagram, and I don't get Instagram messages on it. So if you've been Instagram messaging me, I don't know it. So just email me. It's easier.
She said she'll remind him.
Okay.
No, but I am very, very fascinated by the darkest black. And
did I show you
that conceptual the cool piece that's a hole?
Yeah.
That somebody jumped into.
I showed you that, and somebody jumped into.
Yes.
Yeah. Remember we saw that in Art 21, didn't we?
We did. I like that show. Did we watch that complete series? I wouldn't mind watching some of that again.
Is that specific to the PBS that's here, or is that something that people anywhere who have PBS can watch? I don't know. I'm taking that my fake black that I made with a bunch of different colors added together, and I'm underlying the little bit of her eyelid and where it's going to turn into the darkest bit of her lash line. Yeah. Sorry if I'm mumbling. I'm kind of talking in my hand here. It's along her top lash lid, running into her lash line here. That way, even if the rest of the painting I have a lot of very dark things, the highest contrast part of a painting will be the first thing that catches your eye. So if I put the brightest light in her eye and the darkest dark in her eye, that will make it look like her eyes are standing out more than anything else in the painting. Even if I were to paint like a crazy house on fire in the background, you wouldn't notice it first because I have put the darkest dark in her eye and the lightest light in her eye. And that's what your eye wants to look at. That's what my eye wants to look at. That's what I'm basing on everything. So hopefully I'm right. So far, so good.
Yeah, I love how it looks really, really beautiful close up.
Oh, thank you, honey. Now I don't want to cover the inside of her. The rims around her eyes. I don't want that to get too dark because I want it to be obvious that she's wearing makeup a bit. Or she's a vampire. It might be magic makeup. I don't know. Vampire eyes. I don't think I'm going to put a very dark pupil in her eye, which might sound like something you'd want to do because normally if you're looking at a real person, let's say you're taking like their school portrait or something like that, the darkest part of their eye is going to be their pupil. But I want her to have something about her eyes that looks a little bit otherworldly. So instead of having pure black in the pupil of her eye, I'm going to put that around the outside of her eye in her makeup. And the actual pupil of her, I'll probably put like Payne's gray and a bit of white and maybe some ochre in there. So it's kind of an off bluish brown color.
Will her eyes match the dragons?
I probably will make her eyes match the dragons. I tend to do that in pictures where I have characters with their animal friends, whether they be dragons or dinosaurs or kitty cats. I tend to make them match because that helps draw a visual connection between them. I'm kind of going over her mascara and her eyeliner. In the fact that that's darker than the pupil of her eye will make it look like her eyes have something otherworldly about them when they're finished. If I were to take that same black
13 minutes till the next drawing.
And what's the next one? Is that the
Alice and Dinah postcard.
Alice and Dinah postcard. I said that for those who Alice and Dinah. This is from Wonderground at Disney World. And I will sign this one for you too, and you can totally frame her and she'll be a lovely picture. You can see her Alice's little town. I painted her little town with the church and the weeping willows and little pond. There's Dinah, and Dinah's reflection is a Cheshire cat, and you can also see a Queen of Hearts card there, which is of course a nod to Wonderland there. And if you look up in the tree, you can see the Cheshire cat. He's kind of carved in there like you'd carve your initials in the tree if you did that sort of thing. But it's a Cheshire cat up there. Oh, it is a picture of Alice in a non-magical setting, but you see hints of the magical adventures that are going to come to her soon. So I've pretty much taken that, I say the fake black, but the very, very dark black paint I have mixed. And I've put that around the outsides of her eyelids there.
Jasmine.
And yeah.
Who's your favorite monkey, the band?
I like Mickey Dolenz, but musically I like Peter Nesmith the best, I think.
Mike Nesmith?
Mike Nesmith, Jesus Christ. Mike Nesmith, yeah.
That's his full name.
Yeah, no. Mike Nesmith. Christ. No, he continues to do stuff. He's still musical.
So no one says Mickey Dolenz or Davy
Mickey
Jones.
Dolenz when I was little. And Davy Jones, I remember thinking he was the cutest when I was like 9. But
never seen the ship's wheel highlights before. How does that work with your light source?
What is it?
This is something that Steve is asking.
Oh.
He put ship's wheel in quotes.
I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
Never seen the ship's wheel eye highlights before. How does that work with your light source?
Ship's wheel eye highlights. I'm not sure what that means. Is it like it's got a like it's a circular and it has all 4 cardinal directions with the highlight? So
I'm not sure.
I don't know. We'll see.
Davy was from Manchester.
Yeah.
Sunshine's on top of her.
Is she on top of the refrigerator?
Yeah, above the cabinets.
I know, I do like Peter Tork also.
White compass marks.
Oh, okay.
I
yeah.
see.
Actually, when I was painting her, I was looking at a painting I did called Strangely Lonely. And I was kind of combining the idea of the lights on her eyes, which were right in front of her, like kind of from the bottom. If you know the painting Strangely Lonely, she's the one that the Ren Fair pins are based off of. Hey, right visual aid. Also, if you're at the Kansas City Renaissance Festival, you get a special pin there. But I don't know if you can tell from this. Her eyes are so small in that because she's like one shine. She's made out of metal. But if you look at the painting of Strangely Lonely, she only has like a triangular light source.
I cannot link it.
Yeah. So I was kind of basing the face type off of her because I think that was the original design I was looking at when we did the sculpture for the Bradford Exchange. But since she is backlit with a bright sort of, again, it's sunset, so that's her morning, it's kind of her sunrise, I put some additional highlights on either side of her iris because she's being lit from kind of the back and wrapping around. So I wanted a first light source from the front, which is why this part of her hair is being lit up there. Like somebody's shining a flashlight at her, but she's also in front of the sunrise, if that makes sense. So there's two light sources I'm taking into account. So she'll have a little bit of light there, light there, light there, light there. And then a brighter sort of underlit there. So yeah, it's kind of like a compass rose ship's wheel, if you will, of lights, except for at the top, because I'm having her lid pretty much blocking out. I like painting my characters with large, extravagant eyelashes, and if she has those, it would be kind of blocking out any sort of light would be coming around the back of her head. That would be at the top of her iris. So she's getting on both sides of her eyes, and then also from the front, bottom, middle. So we shall see how this turns out.
There you go. Jasmine, who's your favorite Beatle?
Oh, I have to say John, but I like George a lot, and I am big fans of Ringo and Paul, so that's hard.
And there are only 4 Beatles. So
yeah.
There you go.
Well, yeah. Well, it depends who you're counting, but yes. Yeah. John would have to be my favorite. As far as solo work goes, I think John's solo work is my favorite, and I do like a lot of George's solo work too.
Yeah, I like.
Nothing against Paul. I like
all their solo
and Ringo's
work.
also. My mom saw Ringo.
Even Ringo's solo work. It don't come easy.
My mom just went to. Hey, Sunshine stole my paintbrush. You see that?
Yes.
She totally took it. Okay. My mom just went and saw Ringo. When he was in Kansas City, or was he in Wichita, Kansas City? I forget. Somewhere in Kansas.
I don't know.
Anyway, Sunshine stole my paintbrush. Matt rescued it.
Actually, when Jasmine and I are talking about how hard we work, I often quote "It Don't Come Easy" by Ringo Starr.
Yes. You know, one cool thing about Ringo is he is a fantastic art collector.
Tammy's.
Yeah, he was at Starlight.
Well,
did Tammy work that one?
My brother just worked Ringo.
My mom was there.
That is so cool.
That's funny because Tammy worked at a Taylor Swift concert I took my niece to. So it's a small world.
I just think that
Ringo
Beatles are so cool.
And Ringo is a tremendous art collector. He also makes art. He's been at some of the same galleries I've been in, actually. I think the one that I'm at in Las Vegas also has Ringo's artwork in it. Mom said that at Starlight they had prints and posters and limited editions of Ringo's artwork there, Manny.
I will bring your mom the pic.
Oh, do you get pics from there too? I got some of the Smashing Pumpkins ones from Tammy, remember? And a shirt too. Yes. That's pretty cool.
That Crazy says, I worked at the Beatles shop in Liverpool a few years ago.
Oh, really?
We have the UK pavilion at Epcot does a pretty good job of having
Believe it or not, it's actually
stuff.
from the UK. Yeah, they do it. Yeah. Not bad. They have the little shop there by Abbey Road in London. It has a little
and the shirt from Ringo.
Shop there too.
That's nice.
Oh gosh, yeah. If you have any goodies like that, Ellie was very happy that she got some backstage shirts from Taylor Swift, by the way. So.
When I was little, I remember that somebody probably very similar to Tammy that works concerts got my sister Elton John's sweat towel.
Yes.
And she thought it was the best thing ever. That sweat towel happened to be in the bathroom, though. When I was little, I took a shower and I used it to dry off. So I ruined the Elton John sweat towel.
Did you, or did you just mix it up with more sweat?
It would not be sweat. It would be
after a bath. Yeah,
little boy shower water.
Okay. That's a creepy story.
Well, it's creepy that you'd want Elton John's sweat.
I don't know.
And that guy sweats.
Well, he puts on a heck of a show.
He's dancing with his
Some
piano.
people who do shows are like hopping around the whole time. I don't know how they do it.
Wearing a duck suit.
They probably don't have illustrators home. Yeah. Anyways, Ringo collects a lot of artwork too. He's commissioned. Some of you guys might know Mark Ryden. He does big-eyed pop surrealist artwork too. Ringo has commissioned him to do personal commissions for him. That is a very rare and special thing.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
M. Campbell asks, I noticed Jasmine always paints what looks like an eye mask between and around the eyes for dimension. Is this a trick she learned in art school?
Oh, I didn't learn anything.
I notice a lot of people on her coloring page do the same thing.
An eye mask. Are they talking about like the mascara or like...
What they're talking about is how you have depth between the eyes. It's darker, so it gives it depth.
Well, it's certainly not anything I learned in art school since I did independent study from home, but I would say since my characters don't have a bridge of the nose, if you were to look at a skull of somebody and ignore the part of the nose that's like the bony bit here, I kind of just make that flat and then put a little button of the nose on the front. Kind of like a little doll or something. I think it makes it so the eyes are more expressive and doesn't make you have to deal with the sometimes harsh effect of having a line down the middle of your face. If you're trying to put some ambient lighting, it doesn't make you have to choose what side to put the shadow on, if that makes sense. So it's like if you take some, I don't have a big bridge on my nose, which is probably why I do this, but if you have a face and you don't have a bridge in the nose and just kind of stick a button on the front, that's kind of how I've designed my characters. A lot of it is because of how my statues are designed. When I started doing three-dimensional versions of my characters, I kind of had to make, physical decisions on how their skulls would be shaped. So it's kind of based off of a child skull or a fetal skull. How you don't have a big projection on the front of the nose there. You just have a nose. It can be a small nose, a wide nose, a narrow nose, doesn't matter, but you don't really have a bridge of the nose. And since a lot of them are looking down or looking up, you're going to see the area that would normally have a nose bridge kind of flat across. And that helps add more detail to the eyes. It helps it make it look more like a Jasmine Becket-Griffith painting than just a random big-eyed painting, I guess.
That's the best.
It's not really trademarked, but it's like, hey, that makes it look like a Jasmine painting, so there you go. Again, a lot of them are kind of caricatures of myself, so it might be my own weird stuff that's wrong with my face, and I put in other things too.
I don't know anything about English football. Someone was saying that they kept a water bottle from a guy named Tim Howard.
Oh, gotcha. It's probably like keeping, like if you win a baseball or something, like if you're at a baseball game.
I know of course I know of David Beckham, but I think his name is all wrong.
Matt is a David Beckett, so he has
Matthew,
issues with David
Beckham.
Beckham.
Yes, E.T.
David Beckett, David Beckham.
But and he's married to Posh Spice.
Last I heard.
That's all I know about football, and it has nothing to do with
other
football.
than that, it's only from waiting in line at grocery stores in the UK, and they have all the tabloid sort of things out there, and I try not to read those.
I would though like to sometime go to a football sporting event.
Yeah.
And see what it's like, see what the crowds are like. That sounds fun to me.
We should do. We're over there a lot.
I hear they get pretty mental, and the fans are insane.
To be fair, that happens in the United States.
It does, but
sports too.
There aren't as many like stomping riots. We are very close to our raffle.
Oh, and this one is for the
Alice and Dinah postcard.
Dinah postcard, yay!
Lady Cat says I'm working. You're working at like your run model?
Maybe.
You better work.
I don't know. But there's Elsa
Runway
Dinah, and this is from Wonderground Gallery at Walt Disney World. Official merchandise.
All right.
And they put my name on this one. Yay. That's nice.
I know that.
And I'll sign her for you. I can sign her down here, and we will mail her anywhere. Whoever won. Who won?
I will find out.
If you won, email us.
Some is 13.
Some is 13.
And I'm pretty sure I know whose husband that is, just by figuring things out.
Is it a mathematics problem? And some is
yes,
13?
It's a mathematics problem.
6 plus 7? Right. I'm taking a bit of red and outlining her pupil with this. It's in the statue. I'll show you the statue again. This is kind of a unique statue because I actually did the painting for the eyes specifically on this one. And they created a decal transfer from an actual painting I did. I don't know. Is that too dark?
Yep, Wild Elf Fairy. It's in my hubby.
Yay! Congratulations.
And I think he actually might be out of the country.
Maybe
I'm not sure.
See that. Okay, I'll show her from the bottom up there. Maybe we can see that better. But she kind of has a red circle around her eyes, and it turns into almost a green hazel with an almost turquoise on the outside. And since I'm kind of using her for the model, I'm going to have a similar eye color on her. So that's a good example if you're talking about the lack of nose bridge. If you're going to look at my statues, if you look at the side, it goes down from her forehead about to her eyes, goes flat, then flares out for a little button nose at the end. So if you, depending on how it's lit, you kind of see a dark shadow area between the forehead and the top of the cheeks. And again, if you take a picture of me, like with a black and white photo, you pretty much see the same thing, and that's why a lot of my characters are like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you have to reach for things, Jasmine. I wish I could make it easier on you.
Yeah. I was just showing her eyes, and now I'm going to try to make them look similar.
Anyway, congratulations, Summers.
Yay, congratulations.
And that's a bastardization of Summers.
Oh, I see.
Like okay. It's a.
I thought you were saying the sum is 13, like it was a mathematics problem. That's why I said 6 plus 7. Okay.
Like Summers, it's Summers.
Gotcha. Yep.
A northeastern accent.
Mm-hmm.
Is it weird that I find drawing noses the hardest thing to draw?
You know, it depends on how realistic the drawing is and what angle you're drawing it from. If you're drawing it from a person in real life, it's usually pretty easy because you can look at them and make the lines in the same place. But if you're making something up in your head, you have to think about where their nose would be in proportion to their eyes. And when something that's very heavily stylized, something like a painting like mine, they don't have the facial features that regular people tend to have. So if they're looking up, I've got to kind of show the underside of their little nostrums and a little bit of their little philtrum area, etc. But if they're looking down, kind of how this one's looking straight ahead, the nose is lower. So if you are drawing, I always recommend drawing kind of not quite a plus sign on the front of the face, but putting a line in the middle so you know that the nostrils are going to be on either side of the line. If it's 3/4, you do it halfway over. If it's right in the middle, you do it right in the middle, etc. And then drawing some lines where the nose is going to be before you put really lightly, before you put any dark lines. And then nostrils will be kind of right above where the sides of the mouth are and right under where the interior tear ducts of the eyes are. There are mathematical equations you can do online if you're doing realistic portraiture of how far the nose aesthetically, according to some people, should be located compared to the other facial features.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Although your girls don't look like if we saw a person that looked like your girls, not necessarily you, but exactly like them in real life, it might be kind of frightening.
Probably.
Do those same proportions that would be for portraiture in very realistic paintings, do you apply them to your style?
You know what? They aren't exact, but I would say the percentages might be comparable.
Like a ratio?
Yes, I would say the ratio is pretty comparable. One of the main issues I see when people are starting to draw portraiture is if they're drawing the whole head, is they put the eyes too far up on the head. Let's say this character here. Let's see, I'll show her down here. If you look at her head, from the top of her head, which is not actually in the painting, the top of her head would be like way up here, and her chin's down here. Her eyes are really not until the lower third of the painting. A lot of people tend to put the eyes of their characters like halfway up, sometimes even farther up. And then if you see that with your human eyes, unless you stylized everything else around it effectively the same way, and there's definitely ways you can do it. I mean, look at, I don't know, Ren and Stimpy or Anime or something like that. You can go crazy if it's stylistically consistent. But if you're trying to make it somewhat realistic, you need to make the eyes about 2/3 of the way down the face, because pretty much all your face is at the bottom of your head. Because your head's kind of like a big old football, and your eyes are like down here, and your nose, your mouth is almost
particularly
at the bottom.
My head.
Well, Matt's more so than mine, but it depends. Yours is more of an American football, and mine's kind of like a soccer UK football.
Mine's a rugby ball.
I have a round head. Matt has more of an oval.
Oh, bye, kittens. Have fun at pottery.
Oh, bye-bye.
That sounds fun. Yes. I'd like to make something horrible and sloppy.
I've talked to a couple of people today who are going off to pottery tonight. There are 2 people who are in one of my groups.
I would use it as something therapeutic and not even try to make something great.
Must be nice. Anyways, so that is something that I do take into effect, because let's say her head was that big, the top of her head was there. If I were to smush her eyes way up there, she stops looking like a person and just starts looking like a big happy face button you'd get at Walmart or something. You know, it doesn't look like a person anymore. It looks like an emoji. So I'm trying to make mine still have an exaggerated proportion like you would see in a cartoon, but it would look like it's something that could kind of exist in this world, if not as a human being, at least as a doll or a physical shape. I want it to look like it's a thing that could exist, even if it was that tall and it's a weird little fairy doll or something like that. It looks like it has the same three-dimensional gravitas in our world that a person would have. Even though the proportions are not accurate, it still follows the general rules of physics. But part of that too is because she's kind of looking down, looking towards us. And again, I get not a cheat sheet, but I've got a statue basically of her that we've already created that is a 3-dimensional version. So it's like I have a little model sitting in front of me, so I can look at her and see, oh, her arm's over by her like here, or her face is looking down, so you see the eyelash, but not that one. So it's like having a person model for me. And it's part of the fun of doing a lot of statues and figurines, 3-dimensional things, as well as doing 2-dimensional artwork. And dragons the same way. I've designed a lot of dragons as sculptures, so when I need one to pose for me, I can set them on top of some rocks, like off to the side of my desk, and I can kind of make them pose for me, and that's always nice.
Oh, Husky says that your aunt, her aunt sounds like you have the same voice, and it reminds her of home.
Where are they from?
Husky, are you from...
You from the Midwest?
I think you're from the northern Midwest, right, Husky?
I
still haven't made my spreadsheet of who's who. Thank you so much, Pixie.
Oh, that's the magic noise. Yay!
Da, 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 da.
2 bits.
2 bits. Iowa.
Iowa,
yes,
okay.
I knew it was somewhere.
I grew up in Missouri, and my mom is from Illinois, so that probably makes sense.
But she lives in Missouri now. Oh. I used to live in Missouri.
I grew up mostly up in Missouri. We still have a house in Kansas City. I took some of that reddish pink that was magenta mixed with that orange, and I'm putting it kind of on the inner layer of her eyelashes down here. And I'm also bringing that same reddish pink into her lips. Not the main part of her lips, but the little bit where her teeth are kind of popping up. As you might remember from last time, I kind of put little teeth on her and little teeth on the dragon. I think that makes her look more like a vampire. And it is a vampire dragonling. I'm going to start brightening up a bit of the whites in her eyes. Right now the whites in her eyes are basically the same gesso color, which was, I think I used this. Does that look right? Yeah, that looks right. It matches the wings in the background. The gesso mix that I used to make for the background. So I want to brighten them up a little bit, but I don't want to make them so bright it looks like the main lights in front of her. Again, I'm going to really play on the fact that the sunset is behind her. She's going to start her day. She wakes up at night. So I'm going to take some Payne's Gray, mix it in with the same color I mixed it with the gesso, and put a little bit of Naples yellow in it so it's not too bright.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
If you could have any animal as a steed, what would you like it to be?
It doesn't have to be a real animal. Like
no, just something that I might know what it is also.
Megalodon. Can I live underground? Can I live in the water? Can I live in the air?
You can live wherever you want, man. You can be a whale. Dragons are cool.
Dragons are cool. It'd be hard not to pick a dragon.
It'd be adorable. A big bumblebee. That's what I want.
It'd be a tiny bee.
Super bee said a super bee.
Yeah,
an elephant, so I could squish people.
Elephants will squish people.
A honey badger. A flying shark.
Yeah, a flying shark would be good.
A wasp would be neat too.
Wasp would be good. Ichthyosaur. Mosasaur. I'm going to mosasaur.
A gorilla.
Gorilla would be good. Yeah.
they kind of walk.
No, they kind of walk. They walk on all fours. Yeah. They kind of walk on their knuckles.
If I had the the saddle in such a position, I could still be upright as the gorillaed about.
Yeah.
You do not have to retype for each raffle Ritter Critter. You're good to go.
It will enter you into all of them, but I do recommend sticking around because otherwise we don't know how to talk to you.
A flying tree snake.
Well, that would be good. The Taylor Swift concert, she had like a snake skeleton she flew around in. That was pretty cool.
Sometimes snake skeletons fly.
Yeah, sometimes they do.
Cat would be fun.
Cat would.
A tiger.
Yeah, Smilodon.
I'd like to ride Sunshine around, but she's too little.
Aw. Most of my animals are probably extinct.
A luck dragon, oh yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, okay, everybody should do luck dragon then. Falcor.
I love luck dragons.
That'd be hard not to pick. Because then you get wishes too.
And he's so cute.
So that
he looks like a puppy.
Yeah.
A phoenix, that'd be neat. If he dies, he'll come back.
Phoenix would be good. But would you burn up if he burned up, or do you get to come back also?
Ah, sure. The phoenix is that magical.
Okay.
My spoiled cats. You ride your spoiled cats around. Doggy. Wolf.
Oh, wolf would be nice.
Wolf is a good
Direwolf.
Yeah.
Direwolf, like from Game of Thrones.
Someone said rhino also. That's
rhino
a good one.
Would be good. I love rhinos.
What about Tom Nook?
Oh, Tom Nook. You just try to sell me more basements and stuff. I don't know.
Ride Tom Nook around? Make him work for you.
Yes.
Yes, Tom.
I guess I need a second story on my house, please.
You just show up to Tom Nook's little house and with a strange little raccoon type saddle, say, it's time to go.
KK Slider.
KK Slider.
He'd have music for you all the time.
I love KK Slider.
Yeah. I call him Total
Ghostly Flower says, I love your art.
Oh, thank you. I've kind of did the bit underneath her irises with a lighter color there. And that's making her eyes pop a little bit more. I'm going to put a bit more blue in her pupil. So it kind of is more blue than her hair. Which might sound weird, but it'll look really pretty when it's done. Right now it's kind of mostly Payne's Gray, and we got some cobalt blue and a bit of that turquoise that I put in her hair. Also look like it's reflecting her hair a little bit.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Iska says, hey Jasmine, wow, this is great work.
Oh, thank you very much.
There's more Animal Crossing coming?
Oh, really?
That crazy? How?
Oh.
Is it on a phone?
Probably on a phone. My phone's horrible and doesn't do anything. I need a new phone.
I went out into the woods and I tried to, wait, give me a second here. I went out into the woods and I tried to, like Find a Tom Nook and Little Other Friends, any sort of Animal Crossing anything. Animals are not like they are in Animal Crossing.
They are in our yard. Talk. No, they don't talk as much. But how about our little friends who come visit us every night?
Hey, Greek Mustachio, how's it going?
Hey, good to see ya. I'm taking that same sort of blue and adding some more low lights in the blue part of her hair at the front. Yeah, that's good.
It's 6:15 and we're at 112 viewers.
Oh, wow, we've got a lot of people. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to get some of that matte orange. I'm going to get some more matte orange. This is the worst one that explodes sometimes too. I'm always worried I'm going to squeeze it and it's going to go everywhere. Okay. Good. Jackson Pollock. Okay.
Did my host not go off? Oh, are you hosting us? Oh, thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Yay.
MLE Turner says you're almost ready for partner, Jasmine.
Oh, excellent. Yay,
oh, thank you. Maybe I didn't get a notification, but if anyone's hosting us, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yeah, I can't see the computer from I'm in a different room here, so I don't always know what's going on the computer, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Very kind of you.
I'm going to take some of the matte orange mixed with a little bit of Naples yellow. I need to kind of build up the area between her outer lower lid and her inner lid. Usually on the inner lid I add something that is a bit cooler in tone, like a little bit of purple or a little bit of turquoise. Let me go a little bit turquoise. That will also make it look like it's a different part of the eye than the outside. And that will give it an illusion of depth a bit too. Whenever you go from cool to warm or warm to cool, it makes it look like it's kind of a different area. And it makes sense for a painting like this that has multiple light sources. A little bit of turquoise there, a little turquoise there. Now I need to outline the outside of her iris. And again, I'm looking at my statue I showed earlier that I think the closest color I have...
Oh, Jasmine.
Yeah.
Ian Chica says, your use of color on the piece with the mouth blurred is absolutely fantastic. I think they're referring to Smile.
Smile. Oh my god, you wouldn't think it, but that painting took me forever to paint. Somebody asked me what app I used on. I'm like, no, that was a painting. I had to paint all those different squares. I basically looked at another painting I did that had similar color scheme, and I picked colors from around the mouth area, and I painted them in little squares, Jasmine, and it worked out really good. Yeah.
Can you thank Greek Mustachio for hosting us?
Thank you, Greek Mustachio. Anytime anybody can host us, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
That's very, very, very cool. He says, no problem. Keep the creative love going.
Oh, thank you. There's a lot of good people up here at Twitch.
I need to do my homework tonight for my master's, but now I'm really wanting to paint, says Dejoki.
Oh.
I'm not touching that.
Yeah, no.
That's your decision.
Did a lot of more painting than I did working at school. But...
So that Crazy Bird illustration wants to know the story behind that. You know what? I'm going to put a link up to that. So Smile.
Oh,
so if everybody wants to look at, I'm going to put the link up for Smile, and this is what the people in the room are talking about.
Yes.
And Jasmine can tell you the reason she created this piece.
There are a lot of reasons behind that painting. That's about as political as I get in my artwork, really. For those of you who aren't seeing the link to it, it is a painting of mine that is just one of my usual characters, done portrait style, very close up. I'm gonna drink a water real quick. Actually, it's peach iced tea. And it was kind of made in response to people who complain to me sometimes 10, 20, 100 times a day that my characters aren't smiling enough, which I think is a weird thing to complain about. I don't know if other people who work in non-traditional sort of happy upscale thing, I don't know if Stephen King gets letters about why he doesn't write romantic comedies, or I don't know what, but people complain to me a lot that my characters don't smile a lot. And that I kind of painted it as one that I could show people, like, here you go, maybe she's smiling, maybe she's not. And then I also thought it as something that people who are told, when I'm on here on Twitch and I'm having fun and talking to you guys, I smile a lot, but when I go walk around by myself a lot, it seems like people say, hey, why aren't you smiling? Show us your pretty teeth. Why don't you smile? You'd be so pretty if you smiled. And I get sick of hearing that, and I think a lot of other people get sick of hearing that. So that's part of why I painted that painting, and also to show people that it doesn't necessarily matter what their mouth is doing, because that's usually for people around them, not for themselves. But you can see a lot of expression in the eyes, and that's always a big part of my paintings, is I try to show the expression in the eyes. Also, too, if you go to like the Louvre or the National Gallery and you look at historic artwork, actual portrait paintings of whether it's an illustration for a famous story or if it's a portrait of somebody, a lot of the time you don't see people in paintings smiling. I think there are only maybe 2 or 3 emotions you show in your face when you're smiling, but if you are not smiling, you can show hundreds of emotions. You can be ponderous about something, you can be thoughtful, you could be angry or upset or sad. I don't think most of my characters are angry, upset, or sad, but I don't think a lot of the time if you're by yourself, you are necessarily smiling. I'm not. I don't think other people are either.
Hey, Jasmine, can you answer this real quick? It's something I should know, but I don't know. If somebody has a gift certificate on our website, where do they put that when they're ordering?
I think you put it in the checkout on the shopping cart, don't you?
I think it's during checkout.
I think it's during checkout in the shopping cart. I'm pretty sure. I've never had a gift card at my own website, but I'm pretty sure if you go to the shopping cart, it has a place, it says coupon code or discount code, or it might even say gift certificate, but I think it says coupon code.
But I told it was let's see. Yeah, I told them to email us if they couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, but I think it's during checkout.
Chris would know.
Chris will know. Yeah.
Chris would know. I apologize that I don't know.
Chris is wily.
Usually can't. I'm not good at answering
Well, that's what's funny about it. Like actually
having
the website, nobody's ever given me a gift card at my own website, so I don't really know.
So if you're having any problems, you have your gift certificate. We'll make sure that you get to use it.
We will make sure you get to use it. We're not going to like ignore you and not get you.
No. So if you can't figure it out during checkout, email us. And I will.
But I'm pretty sure it's a discount code during the shopping cart checkout.
Can you put multiple discount codes in?
I think you can use a gift certificate, and like if you're a Patreon member, I think you can use like your Patreon code too.
Right, they are Patreon people.
I think you can use both.
Okay.
But yeah, Chris would be the one to ask about that.
It's Erica.
Chris, okay.
Yeah.
It's Chris, CHRIS @strangeling.com.
Okay.
And I think you should be able to use both. I think you can keep adding them, but I'm not 100% sure. Because I am not my own Patreon member, and I am not a person who has a gift card. So I don't know how to check. This is not a very big operation here, so we often don't know stuff.
We all have our own specialties.
We can ask somebody and maybe they'll know, but
we'll get the answer
we're not
no
a big
matter
company.
What.
But we will make sure we work at it until we figure it out. Worst comes to worst, we can refund you right after or something. But yeah, we do have gift certificates now at strangeling.com, and they're e-gift cards, so you can actually give them as presents to people. So if you know somebody who is a fan and you want to give somebody like a birthday present or like a hey, thank you for being a friend sort of present, you can get a gift card at strangeling.com.
Ghostly Flowers wishes they could go back to see it at the KC Run Fair.
Oh.
If I'm missing any questions, please bring it up again.
Yeah.
Also,
we will be back there, not this weekend, but next weekend we'll be at the KC Run Fest.
Tammy wants to know what your favorite essential oils are.
My favorite essential oils.
Jasmine loves that sort of thing. You kind of opened a Pandora's box.
I could go on. Well, not just because it's my name, but Jasmine is one of my favorites. I like lemongrass is one of my favorites for sure. I love lemongrass. I like it in food. I like it in perfume. I like it in pretty much everything. I'll tell them about.
Feel free to talk about the oils first.
Gosh, I like dragon's blood. I like frankincense. I like a lot of the resin-based incenses. I like ylang-ylang. I like anything that is coconut based.
I enjoy that too. I love Jasmine smells. I
have multiple oil diffusers that are here, and I'm a big proponent of like holistic medicine. So I buy a lot of essential oils just for like health's sake, and then I have incenses and like little oil burners and stuff all over my studio here. So If you ever get a painting, it smells really good. That's why. But yes, somebody's asking about the book.
Yes.
Matt says so. Forever Strange. I don't know if that's a better camera. Maybe it's that one. This is the new book. It probably isn't in bookstores yet. I think it comes out October 25th on Amazon and the other bookstores, but we have them at strangeling.com, and it's at Disney World at the Pop Gallery too, right, Maddie?
It is.
Okay. Yay, Forever Strange. This is the sequel. For those of you who have my Strangeling book, like my first big hardcover fancy book that was like by a real publisher, this is a sequel to it. It's from Blue Angel Publishing, distributed by Llewellyn Books, which is one of the biggest new age book distributors. They do a lot of art and stuff. It's hard to show this here. I don't want to get
they're adding the book to their cart right now?
But yay! The ones at strangeling.com are signed by me, Matt, Kachina, and Amber. I, of course, did all the paintings. My husband, Matt, did a story for it. Amber, my sister, and my sister, Kachina Mikleto, did stories and poetry for it. And it has literally hundreds of full-color paintings in here. It's kind of like buying hundreds and hundreds of prints, and you get the stories behind them. It's pretty cool. Really nice, high-quality prints. Yes?
Ian Chica asks, with all the commercially sold pieces and merchandise you work on, do you still save ideas and paint for yourself for fun?
I don't get to as much as one would think, but a lot of the pieces I do, and it's things for like a solo show or things I'm painting for myself. A lot of the times I get to pick what I'm going to paint. So I probably will have to sell the original to keep the studio costs and the employees paid, but I can always keep a print for myself, and very often I get to decide what the picture is. The only time I do commissions, it tends to be if somebody hired me to do like a custom painting, or if it's something like Disney and I'm doing a project for them, or like a commercial project where they need me to paint things for statues or something. But for the most part, when I do gallery shows and stuff like that, I get to choose the paintings and I get to paint whatever I want, as you can probably tell from a lot of the paintings. This is a super nice book, couple hundred pages. It's almost 200 pages long, and
it's great.
I don't have a whole lot of room on my walls now for collecting artwork, and I do, as you know, collect a lot of artwork. So when I don't have a lot of room, or if I'm like flying somewhere, I tend to buy art books, and I am kind of a snob when it comes to art books, and that is a good art book.
Jasmine.
Yes.
Laura Lana. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to read that green. Out of curiosity, who converts the paintings into coloring pages?
Oh, it depends. It depends on whether it is one for a coloring book, or if it's one for Patreon, or if it's one that I am doing. For example, I have to do it myself when I have line art for, if it's something that has been made into a pin design, usually it's me, because I have to make the line art and the single colored painting for the pin design. So if it's something that's a pin and we also do it as a coloring page, usually it's me. If it's something for Patreon that is not a pin design, it is my sister Sonia, my stepsister Sonia, who just recently had a baby, but she's still doing a lot of coloring pages for us. She is on the ball. And she's been my friend since I was 5 and my stepsister since I was a teenager. Very interesting story there. And then
like the Parent Trap.
It was a lot like the Parent Trap. we use the verb Parent Trap sometimes in our family. But anyways, with some of the coloring books, the staff at Blue Angel Publishing have staff artists that do line art. If I don't already have line art, since I paint and I don't really draw first, I don't have the line art for a lot of my older paintings. If it's something that's like from, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, and they want to put it like in a coloring hulling book or something like that, and it's like, I don't know if I have the line art for that. The publishing company will have staff artists, and they will do the line art based on the painting. So it really depends on which one you're asking about. It's either me, my stepsister Sonia, or the publishing staff artist. So one of those 3, if that makes sense.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Well, of course, I
well, it depends what we need the line art for, because I'm not somebody who does a drawing first. So I do a painting first. So it's like if I need the line art, I take my painting and I draw the line art based on the painting if it's something I need to do. Like, I have it sitting over there. That one I did for that Ruby Dragonling pin. I was like, I need the line art for that because we have to make a metal mold that is solid line. So I looked at the painting and then I drew a picture of the painting. Even because I didn't start with the sketch, I start with the painting, then I kind of go backwards, do a sketch, and then I use that for a coloring page too. So
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Cloudy Cake says, it was so nice to meet you last weekend, Jasmine.
Oh,
it's been a dream forever, and when we found out you were going to be there while we had to evacuate.
Oh, yes. I was going to say,
the storm,
people
it was
from the
simply meant to be.
Carolinas, yeah?
Pun intended with your newest release.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we had a very, very big turnout at Disney last week.
Well, thank you for coming by, Cloudy Cakes.
Thank you for coming by, yeah.
And if I was there, I hope I said hi.
Oh. Well, it's very good to see you in person. It's always nice to see people in real life that I have talked to online many times or met here at Twitch.
I remember, I jumped in there and was helping people put their prints back in plastic.
Yeah, near the end especially, because they told me it's like, hey, it's 7 o'clock. Theoretically, you should have left by then. And I was like, well, we still have people online, so Matt can help me try to pack things up so I can get out sooner. So
it was the longest line we've had.
Oh my goodness!
To date.
Yeah.
And we've had long lines there.
Some of you guys probably know,
amazing.
But there were people there since that morning, and the show didn't start until 4 in the afternoon. So it's not usually that crowded there. I will say at some of our events in England, like Whitby, should not be nearly as crowded. Disney tends to be the more crowded of the events. But it's kind of fun because you're at Disney and you get the fun, character art that you don't get the other places. So there are advantages really to any of the events. There's something fun about them. Outline the bottom part of the pupil a little bit more because it looks like the blue is kind of melding into the green a little bit more. Now you might not be able to tell, but I can still see. Huh?
Jasmine, Cloudy Cake said you did. You were so sweet to meet, and many showed up. Such a long day for you two.
Yay! Yeah.
It's okay. We
live close by.
The combination of Jasmine doing and Nightmare Before Christmas is going to create a line.
Yeah. That was like a perfect.
Speaking
storm.
Of which, in 28 minutes, the mug.
The mug.
Can you reach it,
like
sweetie?
The mug. Okay.
This is what we will be giving away.
This is our next giveaway from Disney
minutes.
World. It is a mug. Maybe it's better up here. This is an official Disney mug for the Nightmare Before Christmas featuring my painting Jack and Sally. And I was showing Matt earlier. I didn't even know until I looked at the bottom. Ignore the price tag from Disney World, but
I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's got my signature down there, and it's got my name. That signature there is actually printed. I didn't sign that, but I will sign the actual mug for you. And I would say hand wash it after I sign it because I don't know how good my pen's gonna stick on there, but there's Jack and Sally, and it's a good mug. Matt has one himself. He bought it at Disney World, and he has put coffee in it, and it worked out great, didn't it, Maddie?
On my mug?
Yeah.
Yes. You won't be getting my used mug.
No. That's a brand new one. Hey, that's a good reason to leave the sticker on it because it's brand new. It proves
it's
it.
new. Yeah, mine's already been through the wash and the sticker started to come off, which is good because I hate those stickers. Except when I'm purchasing them, I guess. So, Jasmine, Keintra wants to know how soon should she line up for the October 12th? Is that the... I'm trying to remember.
That's in California.
California? No, yeah. I know it's California, but is that the...
That's the daytime.
Is that the
daytime? Wait, no, that's a nighttime one.
That's a 6 to 9 p.m.
October 12th is a Friday, right?
Yeah, that's a 6 to 9 p.m.
That's 6 to 9. You know, I don't live in California, so I'm not as familiar with like how busy the parks are at different times or how busy downtown Disney is compared to Disney Springs. So I would say if you can get there earlier, like a couple hours earlier, go kind of walk by, scope it out. If there's no line out there, just go to the parks and ride something or go to a restaurant and do something fun and come back. But I would say scope it out a couple hours ahead of time just to make sure. In California at Disneyland, they do have to be more, it's a lot more populated there, so they have to be more particular about how many people are in line. Sometimes they'll cut the line earlier. Sometimes they do have to limit me on how many things I can sign. That's their decision. It's not mine. It's based off of crowd control and the fire marshal and lots of other rules they have at Disney. So I never know about that. But I always recommend coming earlier than you think you have to. Since you're at Disney already, you're already at Downtown Disney, there's stuff to occupy you. Go see a movie, go to Disneyland, ride on some rides. They have the
Disney
do something else.
Trick or treat.
What's that look?
It's the same day they have the Disneyland Trick or Treat.
Oh, is it? Okay.
So they close Disneyland early.
Okay. Well, I will be there until, what time was it, love? You said?
6 to 9.
6 to 9. So if you aren't there, let's say you're at Disneyland early, what time do they kick you out if you're not there for Mickey's?
I don't know.
Probably 6 or 7.
It's usually sundown. Or am I just
in California
saying
too?
that to sound creepy?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know if I'm confusing it with the Christmas thing.
I'm not sure.
I would say come, if you can come a couple hours early, just swoop by the Wonderground Gallery, see if it's busy. If there's a big line, then get in line, because I don't know what time they'll cut the line, because they legally have a contract with me that I can only stay during certain hours. So it's not me saying, oh, I'm so tired, I have to go home. It's how many hours they have contracted me, like insurance-wise, to have me on the property. So if there's already a line, go get in line. Sometimes they hand out numbers. I don't know how they decide to do that stuff.
Kinker's going to check for the time.
Yes. Oh, okay, for Mickey's, yeah. So come early if you can. If you can't, just come by, drop by, and I will be there the next day too. On that Saturday.
Someone's going to camp outside the Whitby Leisure Center, which we found out where we're at now.
Yes, we are definitely
and
there, according
to
Paul. Yes. Yeah, somebody told me, I think Ricky told me, somebody told me that they talked to Paul, and Paul said it was the Whitby Leisure Center is where the bazaar is going to be.
Okay, yay, we know. But thanks for posting that up there, Jasmine.
Yes, well, Whitby is those of us who don't know what we're talking about, it's the Whitby Goth Weekend in England next month in Whitby, UK. And they are moving to a new venue very close to the old venue. You can totally walk from there. It's just like a couple blocks. And it is a couple different buildings. And we're trying to figure out what building I'm going to be in, because it's a big event. They have concerts and they have clothing stores and events and stuff, in addition to having artists and shops. So I wasn't sure what it was going to be, but apparently I'll be in the Whitby Leisure Center. Okay,
Tigger said they got to Disney Springs at 10 and met you by 4:30, but Disney doesn't let you line up until 3. So
oh, okay.
Wow.
Now that's at Disney World in Florida.
It was Super B who's Ricarda.
Okay, yes, yeah, she's the one who told me, because I didn't know. And I will say, sometimes at the UK events, we don't know where our booth is until we get there. They're not super... It's not like Dragon Con, where you have to be on a waiting list of 500 different companies and get in 10 years ahead of time and you know where your booth is. It's like, hey, show up, we'll show you where you're at. It's more laid back. But we are going to be at the Whitby Leisure Center. So it is that, and it is I think the other building that is a part of it, love, isn't that where the concerts and things are going to be at? I think so. Yeah. And I haven't been to the Whitby Leisure Center. We've always been at the Pavilion, which is the one that's actually on the sea, very close to the big parking downtown by the Whale Memorial and the James Cook thing and all that. But this is still very close. You're not going to have to take a train or anything. You're like, you can walk there in town. It's very easy.
Moobot gives milk. I guess so.
Okay.
Probably.
Her eyes are looking pretty great. I don't know if you can tell here, but I'll show another close-up. You can see that I have put some kind of red outlines around her pupils, and I can still see a little bit of the bright areas where I wanted the highlights originally. I'm putting her in the bright light, so hopefully her face isn't whiting out too much. It tries to autocorrect like the bright bits and the dark bits, but... Okay, so now I'm going to put... This probably won't be the final highlights on her eyes, but I'm going to reinforce the areas of light that I had earlier that I want to make sure are there still when I'm working on her. Let me set it with the ship steering wheel here. So we've got one on the side. Another from the side. Jasmine. Again, these are from around the back. That's how circles work. Yeah.
Find the question.
What's that?
I have to find the question. I'm sorry. Do you ever restock older or sold out prints on your site?
I do a prints.
We have a fair amount of older ones up there.
Currently at strangeling.com, we have 1,024 prints of mine. Different prints, different pictures I've done between 1997 and 2018. I will say that's probably out of 5,000 pictures I've done over the past 21 years, but it's going to be more the more recent ones, mostly the past 5 to 10 years. If there is a painting you're looking for that you can't find, we can probably print it for you if you don't see it up there. The only exception,
if we ever did make prints of it.
If we ever made prints of it. There are ones I made when I was in high school or college or something like that. I didn't have printers and scanners and things back then. There was hardly an internet back then, so I probably don't have a way to make prints of it. Something really old. If you say something that I did in middle school, I'm not going to have prints of it. That's just not going to happen. But the only other exception would be too, if it's something that Disney did, I don't make Disney prints. I don't make them at all. I can't legally make them no matter what. I have to buy them from Disney. We have 2 of them on my website that we buy from the Bradford Exchange. We have Belle's Royal Portrait and the Ariel one. Under the Sea, is that the name of that look?
Ariel,
That's the name of that
Part
one.
of Your World.
Part of Your World. I'm sorry, that was the other.
It's okay.
Part of Your World. Those are the only 2 ones we have that we actually sell ourselves, but we can't print those ourselves. We have to buy them from the Bradford Exchange. We sell them up there. All the other Disney ones are only made and sold by Disney, so we don't have those up there. If Disney decides to retire something, they can do that. I don't own the rights to it. Disney does. They can decide to retire it. So if you're trying to find a Disney print from like 10 years ago, you're going to have to go on eBay and find somebody who bought it 10 years ago at Disneyland and wants to sell it. That's the only way you can do it. But if it's something I painted myself that wasn't a Disney character and wasn't a commission for a different company, I can pretty much print out anything as long as it was in the past roughly 21 years, at least the past 18 years. But do they know what picture they're looking for?
I think they're just asking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's a curiosity.
Because I keep a lot of things on file. We only keep around between 1,000 and 1,500 current images as far as making prints of, because if it gets beyond that, it starts clogging up our computers to keep that many super high resolution files. It makes it complicated for employees to remember the names of all of those. And when we talk about making flashcards to remember, hey, this is Faces of Fairy number 142, it's hard to keep track of all of that. But we do our best. And if you ever can't find something, you can email us at jasminetoad@aol.com, or jasmine@strangeling.com, or chris@strangeling.com, or amber@strangeling.com, and we can see if we can find it somehow. If it's something I've painted, I might have a scan of it, and I can probably make you a print of it. As long as it's not something that was a commission by a third-party company like Disney.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Jasmine.
Yep.
Ian asked, Jasmine said she is bringing her dad to Whitby Goth Weekend.
I am.
Do you think he will end up with a weird perception of British people after seeing the sights of the Goth Weekend?
The only time that my parents have come, my father and my stepmother have come with me to England before, it has been to London, like very Mayfair Central London, and they've been there briefly on our way when we went to Paris and to Germany, and that has been the extent of their European travels. So
I would classify them certainly in Anglophiles.
They are, yes,
they
and
like
a lot of my family comes from England, so I think they very much read a lot of British history, and they're both fans of a lot of British humor, British TV shows, British movies, British authors. So I think they probably have a fairly well-rounded idea of Britain. We are also staying a few days on either side of the Goth Weekend, so they'll get a good sense of Whitby when it is not the Goth Weekend, when it's just like the regular seaside town of Whitby, which I think is a very good example of a British Victorian seaside town, off-season in the autumn for the most part, but
Yeah, I'm amazed at some of the house prices there.
They're so cheap.
Relatively,
we are comparing
it
to Central London, or compared to
even here.
The part of we're in Celebration,
and
Florida.
Romantic and
compared
lovely
to Celebration, Florida, or Central London, Whitby is very inexpensive. Everything, the food's cheap, the groceries are cheap, the houses are cheap. It's lovely, and the people are nice, and you're by the sea. It's very nice.
That's
I dig
Whitby's in Yorkshire, right?
Yeah, it's in Yorkshire. Yeah. Yorkshire in general.
So far, I've found the people that live. I like Yorkshire. People that live up in Yorkshire are awesome. Fantastic. Yeah. Do we have any Yorkshire?
We have a lot of friends. I know when we're there, we have a lot of friends, but I don't know if we have any folks up here. That's what I was saying I didn't print out the print of the pin design. I did the White Rose of York for the Yorkshire pin.
I'm sorry.
That will be a special pin we're giving away to everybody at Whitby. Since it's in Yorkshire, we've got the White Rose of York. But I am keeping the mold so I can do the Red Rose for Lancashire and maybe possibly do a Tudor Rose too, which is a combination of the white and red rose, as Maddie probably knows from Tudor history. Or Matt's mom knows. History. I know your mom knows.
Oh, I know, Mary.
The crimson petal and the white.
New Jersey is crazy expensive.
Yes. A lot of the United States is compared to a lot of parts of the rest of the world, really.
Yeah, New
or even
Jersey's
like we're in California. Malibu's insane.
Well, that's why we get a lot of. I almost called them expats. We get a lot of people from the Northeast that moved to Florida.
You call people from the Northeast expats
because they're so used to. Because Florida's not cheap, but it's not as
cheap,
pricey.
But it's not like New York City.
It's not pricey as New Jersey.
Yeah, New Jersey. Yeah, and it's not so you get a lot compared to a lot of California,
relatively. But then there are other places. I think the cheapest place to live in right now is some parts of Texas. Am I correct in saying that?
Some parts of the Midwest, even like Oklahoma, Indiana, Missouri, Kansas, are relatively inexpensive as far as. But then I'm from Kansas and Missouri, and I know what you get there. You get a nice school district, you get a nice house with a big yard, but you don't get like a lot of oceans or anything. So depends what you're going for. You're very landlocked.
I know people that are weekend goths.
Oh yeah,
who are goths in their soul, and
I know a lot of corporate goths who work in Silicon Valley or something, and
they don't have the opportunity to live like a goth lifestyle all week, but in an hour they're suddenly decked out all goth.
It is. They need 30 minutes in a hotel room at Whitby Goth Weekend, and they're all set.
I think dig a lot of goth stuff, but I myself would not classify myself as a goth.
You don't have the physiognomy for it, really, Maddie.
The what?
Physiognomy for it. You are blonde and broad and freckled, and I don't know.
All I have to do is get black stuffs.
Yeah. I don't know.
Anyone could goth up.
Anybody can goth up. That's very true.
And it's welcome. It's welcome to anyone.
It is. Oh yes, I mean a lot of the goth stuff I've seen has even been in Asia. I mean, look at Japan. They've got a whole interesting goth culture there.
Wild Elf Fairy moved to New York to Georgia because she wanted a house and an acre.
Ah. Yeah, you can definitely get an acre in Georgia. Georgia's not too expensive. Even Atlanta isn't that bad for being Atlanta's a big city, and it's very cosmopolitan in a lot of ways, and it's pretty inexpensive compared to New York or Los Angeles. Chicago's not as bad as you'd think price-wise, and it's a very large city. I've got cousins up there who really like it.
Chicago?
Oh, yeah. It's less expensive than you'd think for being the second biggest city in America.
Yeah, Arkansas is relatively inexpensive.
Yeah, Arkansas, a lot of the southern areas and a lot of the Midwest and northern Midwest are not too expensive. Michigan's pretty cheap.
Yeah, but I have never seen prices vary so much from London to anywhere not in London in England.
It's true. We have friends in Glastonbury, and we're looking at real estate there. Comparing Glastonbury to London, it's like you could buy 20 flats in Glastonbury for one flat in London.
Well, I know the lovely gentleman we stayed at his bed and breakfast.
Oh, the Covenstead, yes.
The Covenstead,
yes.
and he said he sold his small
flat in London.
And he got that whole place in Covenstead.
And he bought this giant B&B in Glastonbury. If you're ever in Glastonbury, go stay at the Covenstead. It's very nice. They do veggie breakfast with baked sausages and everything, and the people who run it are very nice. And they have a very cool lending library in their common area. They have a huge selection of tarot cards. It's kind of like a New Age themed, kind of pagan, but they have stuff for everybody there. Also people who are Christian pilgrims to Glastonbury. They have a little bit of everything. We actually left one of my tarot card decks there. Remember that, Maddie? And
he loved
that. I got that email from the people who found me on Patreon. And they found me from seeing the tarot card deck at the B&B I left my tarot cards at. So it's like, pay it forward and such not. But no, I like Glastonbury a lot. And Whitby's lovely. And Whitby's not all that expensive.
Nope.
Also, restaurants aren't that expensive there, too, comparatively. Again, we're comparing this to London, which is probably more expensive than pretty much anywhere else in the world as far as restaurants go.
It's up there. But there are other places.
So is Orlando.
Pockets of places.
That's true.
I don't know. Like weird, like what, Monaco, maybe? I don't know.
I was here Monaco. I have not been to Monaco.
Paris. Some places in
some parts of Paris are expensive. Some things, some parts of Asia are.
Dubai. Times.
Yeah, that's true.
There are.
But
New York
then there are places in Asia.
Expensive.
Think of Shanghai. Remember, you bought bottled water in Shanghai, and it was 9 cents or 11 cents for new bottles of water.
You make a good point because it's not just living quarters; it's also the cost of living generally.
The cost of going to restaurants and bars, or like paying utilities, paying taxes.
London equals separate economic environment.
It is. Crazy. It's like how Hong Kong is compared to the rest of China.
That's a good.
Or New York City as opposed to New York State. It's very different. Chicago as opposed to the rest of Illinois.
Oh, okay. Super B says she's probably not going to dress up for the Whitby Goth Weekend because they're going to look for fossils.
Oh, excellent! Yeah.
Jasmine, tell us if you find any. Jasmine loves fossils.
What do I have here? I've got an ammonite that I got in Whitby. Isn't that lovely? It's probably hard to tell from the light, but it has mother of pearl inset in it, and it reflects, and it looks like a rainbow.
Yes, our flat is in London.
Yes, our flat is.
Oh, are you okay, sweetie?
I'm fine. The fossil's fine too. It's like 40 million years old, so it's good. But yes, our flat is in London, but that is why we have to rent it out to tourists for 80% of the time to help pay the costs of it. So eventually what we're trying to do is to get a place that we can actually not put all of our stuff into a locker every time we leave, so we can actually stay there longer and keep artwork there longer and do more shows in the UK. I'm hoping to make that.
Bring us back any. We just need to hear about your adventures.
Oh no, yeah.
It's hard for us to take things around, honestly.
Yeah, it is kind of hard for us to carry things.
That's very sweet of you to think about.
Especially when we're doing a show, because pretty much all my suitcase has to be taken up with art stuff. But yeah, we're hoping to eventually get a more permanent studio in London. I might make it. I think I was saying earlier, make it one of my Patreon goals, so I can kind of flip that into doing more events, like maybe doing London Comic Con and some other shows throughout the UK, so I can see more of you guys when you don't happen to be in Whitby, etc.
That crazy British illustration's going sleepy.
Oh, night. What time is it there in England then?
5 hours off.
I don't know what time it is here, so
it's 6:53.
Oh, well, that's quite late then. There, it's like after midnight. Yeah? About midnight.
It's almost midnight, I guess. Unless I'm wrong.
That's night time. Well, this time of year.
Oh, definitely. If I stay up past 10:30, I get weird.
Yeah. Well, we always stop here around 7 or 8 because usually I have to do a bunch of paperwork after that.
And then she eventually likes to cook a little food for us.
Yes.
And we might be able to sit down for 5 seconds and watch some Forensic Files.
Maybe for 20 minutes. If we can get a whole Forensic Files in, that would be
Liverpool?
Great.
Maybe one day.
I'd like to.
Actually,
yeah. Liverpool would be
I was
great.
Wondering,
yes.
How far is a train ride? Are there direct train rides to Liverpool?
Oh yeah, from London. Yeah, you can go from.
How long does it take to get to?
You can go from Victoria.
Liverpool
it's like if you go
London.
from Manchester.
That crazy. If you can answer before you go sleep.
Yeah.
I could look it up.
It depends if you get a non-stop or if you get one that Like stops in every little town there on the whole way.
The witching hour, says Layla.
Yay!
Yeah, Layla's a goth pirate. She's a gothrit.
No, they fit in very well.
That's not horrible.
That's not bad at all.
And the trains there, again, relatively to me, it's cheap.
Yes, compared to what we were used to. In the States, trains are not really a valid way to travel from state to state.
I'd love to just go to Liverpool to look around.
Yeah. But they do a Comic-Con there, too, that I've been invited to before, but I've never really been able to do. But that would be an example. Yeah, Liverpool has a Comic-Con there.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Manchester does, too.
Oh, yeah. And I've heard so many good things about Manchester.
Yeah, I know. My sister-in-law, Heather, just went there for fun, and she had a brilliant time. She loved it. She's going back again. She told me at the Ren Fair.
No, I want to visit all the cities and towns.
Yeah. So hopefully, again, this will be after I do my vinyl goal thing up on Patreon.
A £30 ticket? That is nothing.
Yeah, we're used to paying $500 to fly to a city that's like one city over because we have no trains.
And I could get a little candy bar and a soda.
You can get a little bag of crisps and a soda and look out the window the whole time, Maddie. It's lovely.
Liverpool is a medium-sized Comic-Con. I don't know.
Yeah, I want to say it has around 30,000 or 40,000.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty solid. I got invited to it as a guest. But it was at a time that we couldn't be there. So
Jasmine, Kieran's having some Maltesers.
Oh, Maltesers, those are good. Those are better than Whoppers.
They are better than Whoppers. Maltesers are better than Whoppers, and Bounty are better than Mounds.
You know why? I think it's because they don't have the high fructose corn syrup. They actually have sugar in them, and I think sugar tastes better. I'm taking, for those who are just watching me here, I'm going to do this a little bit so you can see her. I'm taking some of the dark colors that are from her hair, and I'm using it to outline and draw some of the darker areas inside her coffin. Since that's going to be about the darkest color I use in this painting, I want to use that as some of the shadows that are basically on the piece. I say furniture, but it's kind of like her sofa, even though it is a coffin. Yeah, hopefully we're going to try to set up, hey, have a permanent studio in the UK, and then we can do some more events when we're over there. It doesn't just have to be things that I can do with a suitcase.
Right. Also, if I'm not quite there yet or I'm doing something there, it's something that Jasmine can have a studio and she could walk to the grocery store.
Exactly. Here in the States, I can't really get anywhere. I don't drive, so if I want to go to a grocery store, I have to wait until Matt's home and he can drive me there, which is kind of annoying. But a lot of the places in the UK, you can at least walk or take a tube or take a train to a place that has a grocery store without having to drive a car. It's a novelty. Or at least a bus.
Yeah, there's that one bus that always pulls up by Hyde Park that goes to Oxford every hour.
They call it the Oxford Tube. My cousin Annie took it because she was meeting her friends over in Oxford. Remember?
I was thinking about hopping on there to see what happens.
Yeah, it goes to Oxford every hour. The bus does. It's kind of amazing.
What Jasmine and I did, I think it might have been our last visit to London, or maybe the one before. Mm-hmm. We hopped on one of those tourist buses because I'd never done that.
Yes,
the open top.
You know, the pay money and you can hop on, like totally for tourists. And it's literally outside our house, so we're not tourists, but it's kind of fun.
Nice.
It was fun. It was very
really
handy.
Nice seeing it. Yeah. It was a lovely day.
Yeah,
the weather was perfect.
It was nice,
and it was open air. It was really nice. I do recommend it to people.
Yes, especially if you haven't been in the city very much. It's a very good way to see the
architectural details. Yes,
you're sitting on the second story
really well.
Again, a lot of even the city buses, they have two-story buses, but you can see up above everything, and you can see all the cool tops of the buildings.
Yeah, the double-decker red buses that are open at the top.
Yeah, I like
definitely
them.
Hop on one.
Yeah, those are fun.
I bet she's cozy in there. Does her dragon have a little spot in the coffin too?
Oh, probably. He reminds me of our kitties. He probably kind of curls in around her somehow.
We've got 2 minutes to raffle.
Okay. And this one is for the mug?
Yes, I'm actually going to use the restroom real quick.
I'll show off the mug.
I'm going to take my alarm with me. I don't want it to keep going on.
Okay.
But I'll be right back.
And the mug has Jack and Sally, and this is from Disney World. I'll cover up the price. My name and my signature, and I'll sign it again properly on the front. Copyright Disney. And these are, it says it's hand wash only, which I would definitely say, especially if I autograph it. Just hand wash it, don't put it in the dishwasher. But it's microwave safe. And it's that matte gunmetal gray, black. I haven't seen them do that with any other mugs that are Disney. And I think it really makes it kind of look like the painting. Shut up here, that might be better. Can you get it there? I can't really see the computer from here, so hopefully somebody can see it. There's the mug. Also, if you don't win one, I don't know, I think Matt probably posted the link, but the website yourwdwstore.net has all my Jack and Sally stuff up there. So they've got the purses and the shirts. I'll show you guys those too. We might give some of these away maybe later. But they have these wonderful, I thought they were tote bags, but really they're kind of like big fancy purses that have like pockets in them, and they've got the cool metal thing on the back. Kind of like the funny thing, but it's for Disney. And they do lovely wallets. Jack and Sally. And they do shirts. I should have worn my shirt. I changed my shirt because I was cold because we had the air conditioner on and we closed the window so we could do Twitch. But they do these super soft tank tops. And they do all sorts of sizes. So from small up to I think 2 or 3 XL. They've got lovely Jack and Sally shirts. So those are all things you can get online from the your WDW store.
Or put that link up too.
Yeah, put that link up there.
Alrighty.
Because even if you live in England or anywhere, you can order from Disney World from there on the website. But in the meantime, somebody's going to win a mug. And we will send this wherever you live, we will send it to you.
Pixie_82.
Pixie82, you have won a Jack and Sally mug, my own mug, and I will sign it for you also. And we will mail it to you. Yay. Let's see.
A little note, and so and I'll put up that link too. So you want
put up the link.
Okay.
And the last thing we're giving away will be, is that an hour from now, love?
That will be our Jack
That'll be the last one.
Oh, you got to show that off again.
Oh yeah, it's actually getting dark out, so this might be better. You can put it by anything that we have that's glow in the dark. For those who don't know, we had a few people say, "Hey, mine's not glowing." I'm like, "Oh, you didn't grow up in the 90s, did you? Or 80s? You've got to hold it up to the light bulb for a second, and it kind of captures the light. That's literally what it's doing." And I'll turn off the light. This light. Let's see. Ooh. I might do it again. It might be a little bit too dark. Charge. I did it in the bathroom and it turned out really cool. Yes. My problem here is
Sarah was playing with that the other day.
Here, and then I have a bunch of really dark areas. So let me try this. That's better. Oh, there we go. You see the pumpkin? He glows in the dark. And her eyes glow in the dark too. Ooh, that's pretty cool.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that looks neat.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's lovely. She will be the pin of the month for October. So if you are a Patreon pin collector, you will get her automatically. In fact, if you are somebody who has not joined yet, that's a good time to join, because if you
what will you get, Jasmine?
What will you get, Jasmine? Do you have it handy to show people? Okay. If you happen to join right now, anytime before the end of September, basically, even if it's like midnight on September 30th, you get the September pin of the month, which is my rainbow dragon portrait, who's one of the cutest pins we have ever made. Then you get the Patreon exclusive, which is strawberry cupcakes. You also get the Breakaway Strangeling lanyard, which has a bunch of my characters on it. And it's a big long lanyard. You can display your pins on. You can use it for putting convention badges, or if you like work somewhere where you have to have an ID badge, etc. You can put that on there. It's very handy. It's got a little swivel chain at the bottom and it spins all the way around, and it's breakaway, so if you work somewhere that has machinery and it grabs it, it won't choke you.
Yeah, I know some businesses require that.
A lot of, and I know nurses sometimes have to have it that way too. So if you join now, you get all of those, and then in October you will also get the glow-in-the-dark one. So you will get all of those, and you'll get all the other ones that come out, and the coloring pages, and the usual Patreon goodies. So very exciting.
Yeah, this month was a pretty big one.
Yeah, I was gonna say usually, that is well worth it because it costs $25, but you get a couple of pins and a lanyard, and it includes shipping. So if you live somewhere like in the UK or Australia or the EU, etc., you basically save a lot of money by joining, and you get all the pins when they come out. So, and you get discounts on stuff like at strangeling.com. You get 10% off everything, including things like original paintings and canvas prints, which can be hundreds of dollars. So it's like when you go to Barnes & Noble and you're like, I don't know if I sign up for a card. It's like, sign up for it. It takes a minute. You save tons of money as soon as you do it. It is well worth it. I'm sure lots of you guys are already members, and I think all of you would say it's worth every penny. You better say it. I'm taking a little bit of white and going over the little areas that we overdid earlier, showing where the light's going to hit her eyes. I'm going to actually put a little bit, might sound funny, I'm going to put a little bit of white on her nose there, and on her nose there. Since her nose is projecting to the front and she's got light on either side of her from the left and the right, the brightest parts of her nose really are going to be above her nostrils on that side and that side, as opposed to the main part of her nose. So those parts of her nose, the little mushroom of her nose, will be a little bit brighter. Let's try to show that a little bit closer here. There we go. There. Problem of trying to show this up close, I've got to keep moving it around. It only shows a small area at any given time. So that is looking lovely. I'm going to put a little bit of yellow in her eye too. That'll kind of make a bridge between the green area and the red area. Almost turns her eye into like a very small little rainbow.
A little rainbow?
Oh, yeah. Well, it starts off as kind of bluish green, then it turns into yellow, then it turns to orange, then it turns into red. Everything but purple, really. Then she's going to have purple on the back of, like, her coffin. This is all going to be kind of violet purple here, and violet purple here. I'm going to scoot her a little bit further here. This way you can see the whole thing a bit more, because I'm going to do a little bit of work on her coffin here. Now, let's see, we just did a giveaway, so I'm going to run up and wash my hands and go to the bathroom real quick, and then I will be back for the final hour.
Okie dokie.
And I'll start working on...
It'll be about an hour.
Okay, about an hour? Okay, I will start working on her coffin then. So I might scoot her a little further this way. Maybe try to move the camera even out a bit more. That way you can see more of the background. Yeah, that way it's not like zoomed in on her face. I'm not very good at moving this camera. It's always hard when you're painting at like a 45-degree angle, because I can't set it. It's not like a flat table where I can just put a camera on top of it, and it's not like an easel where I can put a camera off to the side. It's kind of like gotta match it because it's actually clipped onto the board of the desk. But so far so good. Actually, before I start working on the coffin, I think I will probably start picking some of the colors for the dragon, because I want to make sure he's tied into everybody here too. Like the teal and the burgundy. Somebody was asking earlier about how I'm going to reflect the teal color in here, and that will be a decision I'll be making as soon as I get back.
Okie doke. Can I have a question for you when you get back?
Okay. You can ask me now if it's quick.
Well, how do you do the tears on the ones that are crying?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't really painted a lot of the ones. A lot of them aren't crying. A lot of them I paint. You see a lot of white and a lot of reflection in the eyes, because eyes are kind of watery even when they're not crying. In general, though, if I want to make it look like they're like about to cry, like their eyes are welling up with tears, that will be the last thing I do in the painting, and it will really stand out because that's the only time in the painting I will use pure white, sometimes with a little bit of blue, and I'll just mix it with a whole bunch of water, because if you paint with water it makes it look like it's more watery. And I'll kind of draw a little outline around the outside of their eye as if it was just falling out almost over their eyelashes. I might do, I don't think I'll do it with her, because she's kind of like more mean. She's like there to eat people. She's not really sad about people, but I'll probably show that in one of my next paintings. So Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
Okay, night, Layla. Karen says you're nearly 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Night, Layla. Oh, so our final giveaway, Jasmine probably said, will be that jack-o'-lantern fairy pin, and that's really cool. I hadn't seen it glow before Jasmine did it. My little sister took it in the bathroom with her to see it glow the other day, and I didn't get a chance to see it, so that was really cool. I'm amazed how well that works. So who is going to visit us at Disneyland? Do I have many Californians in the room? Who here is from California? You're coming, Buttercup? And I knew someone else was coming too. Okay, Pineapple Princess. Yeah, Laura. I wonder if we'll ever do a show in Australia. Maybe. Oh, hey, Dunning Lagoon, how's it going? We have 2 days. One is, let's see, on Friday the 12th, we are there from 6 to 9, and this at Wonderground Gallery. And on Saturday the 13th, we are there from 2 to 5. Again, that's California, not to be confused with Florida. That's happened sometimes when people confuse the two, and we don't want that to happen. Did you hear the kitty bell? That was one. I think that was Gamera scratching her neck. Oh, no, actually it was Rio. I think we've grabbed Rio maybe twice ever, so you've only seen her. Land and World. Hey Tammy, do you have a passport to both? So is your hubby in the room, Pineapple Princess, or does he just watch along? Or is he in the garage doing guy stuff? If you can, Jasmine just asked me if she should try to catch Rio. If you can catch her, just don't terrify her. I worry about her anxiety. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, no. Have none of it. Out at me and ran away.
Oh, Busch Gardens, my best friend always gets me into Disney World. Her husband is a head rigger. Wow, that sounds painful. A head rigger.
Oh. Is that like a psychiatrist? Or?
I don't know. A head rigger sounds like it would be a psychiatrist. Ladybug said, I flew into Florida last Sunday. I was sad I missed you guys on Saturday.
Oh.
I had such a nice time meeting you last spring. Yeah. I'm sorry, Katie.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed you.
Our cats do have bells on our collars. Bells on their collars are good in case, for some reason, they sneak out of the house, which they never do because we're really good at keeping them inside.
But if they did,
what it does is it alerts birds, and the birds will hear the cat coming, and the bird will have a better chance of surviving a horrible attack from one of our.
We're always very concerned about that because we have a lot of bird feeders. We try to specifically attract different types of birds, Florida birds, in our backyard, so. We don't want the cats to get them, but they've been outside like once or twice their whole lives, so since we captured them. But...
Ed Rigger is who hanging all the who's hanging all the motors and safety.
Oh, yes, we got you, like a
stagehand. To fly safely. Oh,
yes,
that's cool.
That's so cool.
Man.
Any questions while I was gone?
Did the cats have bells on their collars?
Oh, okay. That's an easy one.
So I just realized that I bought some of your art when I went to Disney back in December.
Oh.
So excited to see work in action on Twitch.
Oh, very cool to see you here.
Nice to see you too, X-Psych.
Yeah, for those who don't know, we actually live right here by Disney World. We do a lot of stuff over there.
When was the last time you saw a gator? Sunday?
The last time I saw one, like when I was walking around, like not from a car, would have been Sunday. We saw several that day.
I went to Disney World and saw some of you, those prints fell in love, then got so upset I was missing you by a few days. I'm sorry.
That's the thing. I always feel like I'm there a lot, and I'm like, oh, I'm there a couple times a month, and then if somebody comes in for 3 days and it doesn't line up, it just how it is sometimes. Hopefully it'll come back. We live close by, so I do a lot of events there.
Ritter Critter said, my cat's like a ninja. Aren't they all?
Yeah.
We adopted him. He had been in an abandoned apartment, nearly starved.
Oh, poor thing.
Recovered completely. Now has no voice. His meow is only a whisper. We used to have a kitty like that.
We had a kitty. Mama Wolf was like that.
And we love her.
She was like that her whole life. She'd meow all the time, but no sound would come out. She'd go.
It was cute. But now we have all these loud kitties, so...
We do have 3 loud kitties now. They're all feral rescues, so they are all kind of wild, but they're all indoor exclusively. But they are good girls, but they are naughty. Some of you know Gamera. Gamera bites me a lot. There was a very little girl, maybe it's somebody who might know her here at Twitch, because they mentioned it at Disney World last weekend, and they said, I like to see your kitty cats, except when that bad one bites you. I was like, oh, they're talking about Gamera.
Yes, Gamera is a bad kitty. Mary says, my cats go outside only to get moths and cicadas. Aw. They just hang out on the deck and go down the steps and eat the grass.
There you go.
That's a well-fed kitty.
That's
probably.
A good level of outdoor kitty. We're always worried about kitties here in Florida because we do have a lot of alligators, and if we cross the street, there are alligators right there, literally across the street from us. And
Run Girl says,
I worry about them.
My cat used to be quieter, but then she had to have surgery on her mouth. Now she meows all the time. That's interesting.
Huh.
You think it'd be the opposite?
I always wonder with Mama Wolf why she didn't meow. I don't know if she didn't have vocal cords, or she was an outdoor kitty that was rescued and trapped also, so I don't know what her story was before we got her.
Ange says, hi everyone, Jasmine Matt.
Oh, hi Ange.
And X-Psych says, my kitty is a feral rescue too.
Oh.
Sweetest cat I've ever had.
Aww.
Just wants to be in my lap all the time, but difficult when he weighs 15 pounds.
Oh my gosh, yes. We have, Sunshine, what does she weigh, like 4.5 pounds? She's tiny. She's more like a squirrel than a cat. Rio is big. She's like 12 pounds. And then Gamera is a huge, lumpy kitty that weighs about 15 pounds. She's more like a baby black bear or something. I'm not quite sure what more like a badger. I don't know. Okay. So, I have the main colors neon and pretty much the whole painting except for the very foreground, which would be the main fairy sitting here, and the coffin and the wings that she has, and of course the dragon. So around this time in the painting is when I would start making decisions on what colors I'm going to make the dragon. Unlike the fairy, I don't have a sculpture of the dragon. This is just one I drew. The fairy, I'll show you guys sculpture in case you've just joined us. Those who don't know, I do a lot of sculpture designs with the Bradford Exchange. So this painting is based off of a sculpture that we have done with the Bradford Exchange. Also available worldwide from Burning Desires. One of my larger, more fancy sculptures. Very nice. Anyway, so I've taken that character and I've painted her. But instead of having her holding a crow, I have put a big old dragon on her lap and I've kind of made it a Halloween painting. So I have to decide what colors I think the dragon should be to match the fairy. If I look at the clothing choices that are in the sculpture, I see she has kind of like a red corset, kind of burgundy and purple designs on her. And it kind of matches her hair because she's got kind of a burgundy cranberry hairstyle with teal turquoise little wings in the front. So I'll probably try to use some of the same colors on the dragon. But I don't want it to look like it's like she bought him for an accessory. I want it to look like they go together, but it's not like on purpose. Her eyes have kind of a red fading into hazel gold, turning into green on the outside, so I might either do that on the ancillary scales on the dragon, or I might make the dragon's eyes match her eyes. Alternately, I think somebody suggested too, if I did teal eyes on the dragon. That's the only other instance of that teal color in the painting, so I want to make sure it's in the dragon. If the only time in the painting I have that bright blue electric teal was in her hair, it would really stand out and might look kind of tacky if I didn't kind of reference that somewhere else in the painting. Thinking of not like dragons or animals you see every day, I would think that the dragon's scales might be more likely to be green and red and russet toned as opposed to his eyes, because you don't see a lot of dragons that have bluish green scales. At least it wouldn't seem like a Halloween painting. Halloween you tend to have neutrals, fall tones, autumn colors, etc. So I think I might make his eyes that bright teal color, and then use the sort of russet gold and green and orange tones on the rest of the dragon to kind of reinforce the idea that it's like a Halloween, October, September, autumn theme.
Sounds good.
Now the fun part is I'm going to do this very lightly with paint mixed with water. So if I change my mind and it doesn't look good, I can paint over it. And then only you Twitch people know it ever happened. But I'm going to go ahead and give him... This is that same color. It's called turquoise. I'll show you. It's a French spelling of it, so I'm not sure how to pronounce it.
What's that?
Turquoise. It's
I say turquoise, but I'm being silly.
It doesn't have an E at the end, yeah?
Turquoise. What happens on Twitch stays on Twitch. We're just talking about guinea pigs.
Oh.
Yeah, I suppose.
Aw.
This is a pretty innocent room.
No, I'm just thinking if I change it later, you won't hold me to it. Yeah. Where's my turquoise? Oh, there it is. Okay. Turquoise. Phthalo. That's gonna be his eyes. I'm gonna give it a shot. I'll see. What I'll do is put a lot of water in it, so if I don't like it, I can paint it over, or I can wipe it away very quickly if it looks all sorts of wrong and I want to get rid of it. Okay. Like how the music's getting more exciting now.
You like chinchillas, Jasmine?
I love chinchillas. They're little honey cats.
We're talking about guinea pigs and chinchillas.
Aww.
The other day, I went to see my sister's guinea pigs.
Oh, yes.
And I pet them, and I guess I pet their hay.
Yeah.
And I touched my eyes, and my eyes got super puffy.
Don't touch your eyes after touching guinea pig hay.
It was awful. And Mom gave me something to make the swelling go down. It was awful.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't it was still swollen the next day a bit. It looked really weird. I looked like a different person. It was bizarre looking.
Weren't they the guinea pigs that you drove down here with in the van?
Yes, and so I had no issue there.
You had no problem then. It's probably because you touched their bedding and then touch your face.
Yeah.
Don't touch your eye after you touch guinea pigs.
I was gonna let the guinea pigs lick my eye.
Okay.
But they don't like that sort of thing.
No, I bet not. I can understand that.
But guinea pigs are super cute.
Guinea pigs are darling. They're kind of like hamsters and kind of like bunnies. I love them.
Kim, that same family with my mom, they also have a ferret.
Oh yes, yes. Matt's mother has had a lot of ferrets actually, but yeah, she's got one currently. A rescue ferret.
Well, I have sleepy, puffy eyes anyway, so it made me look crazier, sleepier, puffier.
Yeah.
I looked like super matte, puffy eye. It was really awful. But yeah, Jasmine Kim wants to know what made you paint ferrets.
Oh, well, when I was little, we had ferrets as pets. Let me think. I would have been like 15, I think, and my stepsister Sonia found a ferret in her yard. Somebody dumped it. We don't know how it got there. His name was Mr. Woggles, and ever since then, I have known a lot of ferrets, and people have adopted ferrets, and it's always seemed like it was, a part of the pet contingency that doesn't have a whole lot of backing as far as doing fundraisers and things. So I think it's the third most popular pet, isn't it, Maddie, in America?
I think so.
Yeah. But you don't see a lot of groups that are raising money for ferrets, so that's part of the reason I started painting ferrets, is so I could do paintings and do them as fundraisers, and money could go to the ferrets, etc. So, but they are, I like them too because they remind me of tiny dragons, kind of like this little guy here. They kind of act like dragons too.
They hoard.
They steal things from your house and hide them in little lairs, very much like a dragon.
When is that ferret pin gonna come out?
Hopefully, I think in October. So.
Oh, I just got Rabbit Samson a few weeks ago. Pam wants to know, do you have any paintings with guinea pigs or chinchillas? I don't think you do.
I don't think I do, no. I have a bunch of ferrets. I've got... Got some of the flying squirrels, but...
Yeah.
The sugar gliders.
Yeah, those guys are cute.
I don't think I have any. I should paint some.
Well, I mean, yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
The thing is, people, if you paint a guinea pig, then people will want you to paint something else too.
No.
It never ends.
No, I'll tell you, if I paint a guinea pig, people will say, why didn't you paint a tricolored guinea pig? Why didn't you paint a brown guinea pig?
Yes.
Why didn't you paint an all-white guinea pig? And I'm like, I'm
like,
sorry.
No.
And
then suddenly you're known as the guinea pig painter.
Yeah, I understand the ferret
I'm sure
thing,
that's
because
lucrative.
that's been a big part of my family is ferrets, so that's something I paint a lot of. So, but it should be, I think, next month we're doing the one for AFA, which is the red butterfly ferrets pin, and the proceeds for that will go to the American Ferret Association.
So Pam says, please do a painting with guinea pigs.
Maybe I shall do. My sister Kachina had one named Phoenix that we had for a big part of me growing up. Yes, yeah. He was a little cutie.
Ian says, I have an extremely cute possum hanging on my wall now.
Oh, yay!
I'm glad you got that, Ian.
Good choice.
Isn't that nice?
Aw.
How can you purchase the ferret pin?
I haven't finished it yet, so it doesn't exist yet. Well, the design does, but the actual mold isn't finished, so probably in October it will be at strangeling.com. It may also be on the AFA website, and we're also going to be using that as a donation thing that we're giving away to different ferret groups that are trying to raise money. We're going to give those away as like silent auction prizes and door raffles and things like that to help raise money for ferrets in general. It's one I'm doing not trying to make money for myself, but it's one that the extra money goes to ferrets. So.
You go.
If you know my painting, the red butterfly ferrets, it's a very cute one. It's and that's got one of your mom's ferrets in it, Andy. The red butterfly ferrets one. Remember that?
Yes.
It's basically it's a girl with red fairy wings and two ferrets that also have fairy wings, and it will be a little pin. Do you have a link to the pin group here, Mandy?
Sure. Yeah. I'll link the pin group.
If those of you who are interested in pins who are not part of the pins group yet, or would like to be, or are interested in pins in general, or you want a pin and you don't know what to do with it and you want to trade it or sell it to somebody, go up there. It's good. Let's see. So I gave him kind of turquoise eyes. I'm going to give him scales kind of a more warm tone.
I'll post that link right now.
Thank you, Mandy.
Sure. Happy to.
That nickel Azo gold.
Azo Gold. How do you spell Azo? A-Z-O?
A-Z-O. Nickel like a nickel. A-Z-O. Gold. Nickel Azo Gold.
Nickel Azo Gold.
It's actually called quinacridone nickel Azo Gold. Mm-hmm. You know, quinacridone.
Yep.
Spelled like it sounds.
Yeah.
You know, that word you use all the time, quinacridone.
Mm-hmm. I always say quinacridone.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. At any rate, I'm putting some of that on his scales and seeing if that looks good. If I change my mind, I might do, but I think this looks pretty good. The blue-green, the teal that's in her hair is in his eyes, and that sort of warm sunset color is going to be on his little scales here.
Yeah, he's a cute dragon.
He's cute.
So in about a half hour, we'll have our Jack-o'-lantern fairy giveaway.
Yay.
Jack-o'-lantern fairy pin giveaway, rather.
Giveaway.
We're not actually going to give away a fairy.
No, or a jack-o'-lantern.
Nope.
It sounds hard to mail, but yeah, here's the pin. It's a glow-in-the-dark one. And this is actually my personal one. You know how I have like one that I make sure the colors are good? I set it aside. That's when you get, because the regular pen doesn't come out till October.
Pin collectors rock, they say. Come on over to the pin group. We're pretty cool.
They are very cool. Even if you're not
that movie night in the pin group.
I will step outside of that and say, even if you're not all that into pins, the people there are very friendly and they're fun people to be friends with, and they're people here at Twitch a lot, so you can go there and check it out.
That Nintendo guy, also known as Pin Vader. Yes, yes, come to the pin side of the force.
Yes, he would say that, wouldn't he?
Yeah. I'm more of a Yoda about it. Right. How do you enter the raffle? Type exclamation point.
Raffle.
Raffle.
All one word?
I will type it in for you and do likewise, and then you will be entered.
All one word, no spaces.
Yep.
All caps if you can.
What's that?
All caps if you can. Raffle?
No caps.
Oh, I thought it'd be all
exclamation
caps.
Raffle. That's no caps.
Oh, okay. Doesn't matter.
I don't know. But you don't need to.
Mm-hmm.
But Moobot's doing its job there. Everyone's joining. Raff.
We'll be back here a week from today, correct?
Yes, a week from today, and that'll be from 4 to 7. We are... The next day we are flying out, or are we flying out that evening? I don't even remember.
Wow, we're leaving right after that for the Ren Fair in Kansas City on that weekend. Starting that Friday. So
we'll be on the Ren Fair, the Kansas City Renaissance Festival.
Yeah, that's why we're there
a
only
week
till
from
7.
Saturday. Yes. We will be there.
Yes.
Of course, we'll have to go there ahead of time and go to sleep and whatnot.
Yeah. Uh-huh. The dragon.
Also, if you're into coloring, I'll put up the coloring book page too, another Facebook group, and you can look at really cool.
Group up there that does all my coloring pages, like the people on Patreon, the people in the coloring books, or the some of you might know the Coloring Heaven magazines in England. A lot of the people from there are there.
I'm planning on posting the review tomorrow, Pam.
Are you
and I'll let you know what I thought about the Meg.
Oh.
I'll just say it wasn't quite what I expected. I'll say that much. That doesn't say if I liked it or not. It doesn't say how many stars I give it. There you go.
Cliffhanger there.
No, that's a cliffhanger. Because my opinion matters. I started watching part of Jurassic World the other day, but I fell asleep.
The second one or the first one?
The second one. The most recent one. It was released to...
Okay, because we saw the first one together at the drive-in.
But honestly, I was just very tired.
Oh.
That's the only reason I fell asleep.
Was it when you were working over at the other house? Yeah.
Yes.
At the shipping center where they
and then I drove over to my sister's, and she said, hey, do you want to watch Jurassic Park or Jurassic World 2? I said, okay, and then I fell asleep.
Oh.
I was just sleepy.
I didn't see it, so no comment.
I won't tell you much about it, but we can see it together sometime.
Does it have dinosaurs in it?
I promise there are dinosaurs in it.
That sounds like a spoiler.
You think that's a spoiler?
Don't know, I haven't seen it.
There are certainly dinosaurs in it. It's Jurassic World. There's gonna be dinosaurs.
Most of the animals on the planet during the Jurassic era were not dinosaurs.
I'm sorry, what?
Most of the animals on the planet in the Jurassic era were not dinosaurs.
They just call it Jurassic Park. It's just the name they give it.
All right. Just saying. Okay.
They have to give it. They don't call it Mesozoic Park or other Triassic Park. Jurassic Park just has a nice ring to it, I guess. I really like the first one. And they were showing that as Fathom Events. Jurassic Park, the original one that came out in, what, 93? I think it might have been 93 or maybe 94.
94 or 95, probably, because I remember writing a review for it and I was little. 94?
I'm thinking it's 93 or 94.
Mm-hmm.
I bet someone in the room could answer.
Probably. Somebody's got Google.
I'm going to guess 1993, if I had to guess.
95.
Amy says, Baha, now I'm buying steampunk clothes next door to Jasmine. You guys are killing me softly with happiness. At the Ren Fair?
Yeah.
Cool.
They've got good clothes there. I bought the Cariza there, man. That was lovely.
Yeah, Ren Fair has great clothes.
Mm-hmm. Aww. I'm liking dragon he's a... Now I kind of feel bad that he's not in the statue. I'm like, oh, I should do a statue with him in it. Make his wings match her wings a bit, but maybe do him, if not brighter, then more saturated in hue, because he's a baby. It's like if you have a baby bird next to the mama bird, they might be more fluffy or something like that. I'm gonna try to go in with that sort of idea with his wings as opposed to her wings. We'll see.
Oh, it looks like it was 93.
93. Mm-hmm.
Chris Pratt makes them fun, says Angie.
Oh, see, there you go. He wasn't in the first ones, was he?
What'd you say there?
He wasn't in the first movies, was he?
Yeah, he was in the Jurassic World. Yeah.
The first movies of Jurassic Park, love.
Chris Pratt?
Yeah, he would have been a little kid then.
Oh. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
The novel came out in 1990, and the movie was 1993. That's pretty quick.
Yep.
I love this painting that Jasmine is working on, which is strange, but I'm not into vampires at all, because I'm not into vampires at all.
Okay. You don't have to be.
Oh, bye, Tammy. You have a good one.
Bye, Tammy. We'll see you later. Might see her in a week or two, huh?
Probably. She said she was going to be there at the Ren Fair.
Yeah.
Is anybody else coming to the Ren Fair? Or is it just Tammy?
I think a lot of people are relying on Tammy for going there to get the pin.
Yes. They called her Mrs. Kingpin.
Yes.
Or Miss Kingpin.
I don't think they do call her that, but maybe.
They did in the room.
Okay. Well, I don't see the room.
Yeah, I
see the kitchen from where I am. I don't know where I am.
Yes, but the movies were backwards produced next to the way the books were written.
That's true. And then it was kind of sad how Michael Crichton died like partway through. It's a weird thing to try to pick up that and run, like doing movies wise. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's probably always awkward. Shadowy here. No matter what color I make her wings, I know that part's going to be the darkest because it kind of folds in on itself there.
So on October 12th and 13th, we'll have the Artisan Showcase. That's at Disneyland. That should be lots of fun, Jasmine.
Yeah, actually the showcase will be happening for the whole month of October.
Definitely, yes. Yeah. Jasmine's artwork that's not Disney artwork will be there.
Which is kind of funny for California. People here in Florida are used to the Pop Gallery having my non-Disney artwork, my personal artwork there. But for the whole month of October at Disneyland, I'll have my non-Disney artwork for the whole month there at the Wonderland Gallery. And then I'll have new Disney stuff there too. So it's kind of a combination of the two. Basically, we do that like once a year, don't we, Maddie? Or roughly?
Yeah, it's
once or twice a year.
Usually, it seems often around October.
Usually in the autumn. Yeah.
And that's fun because we get to go ride the Jack and Sally Nightmare Before Christmas.
The Haunted Mansion.
Haunted Mansion. Yes, it's fantastic.
It is. I love that.
And then we've got the Whitby Goth Weekend.
Yeah.
And then the December 22nd Pop Gallery event. I think that those are all the rest of our events for the year.
No, we've got a November 10th at Disney World in
the
Florida. Yeah, we're doing one at the Wonderland Gallery at Disney Springs.
Okay.
November 10th. And other than that, that's probably pretty much it, I think. As far as I know. I don't know.
Did you want to did you want to show off your ACEOs?
Actually, yeah, I would love to.
All right.
Yeah, let me see. Let me put my hairdryer in this real quick. And I'll start working on those. I have a different palette for those too. Give me a second.
Okay, take your time.
Sorry. The hairdryer is my base. Yet? What time is it?
7:41.
Oh,
Kieran doesn't see any video. Does everybody see the video? I see it on my end.
I hope so.
I think Kieran and his dad don't see it.
It could be their connection there. I know they're overseas. I don't know if they can see it. But yeah, I'd like to work on those ACEOs.
Okay, other people see it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Kieran.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, it must be your connection.
If you close it and then open it up again, it might work better. I've had people do that and it worked pretty good. Let's see. Can you bring me my switch this up for the one over there?
Yeah.
Thank you. I have a different palette of different colors on it for that one. I'm working on these for a while. Thank you, sir. Hold on, sorry. Do these for a second.
Okay.
Sunshine's always causing problems. Okay, so can you take this painting for me, Manny? So I can work on ACOs?
Yeah, we do.
That's okay. Alright. And I'll get my new piece. Get some water. Some white paint. I think some of you guys have probably seen me paint the ACEOs before. Let me see, where is this at?
Sorry about that.
Okay. Great. So these are what I'm talking about when I'm talking about having trading card holders that you put these in. They're like almost like a plastic sheet protector that holds different cards. like you put Pokemon cards in or baseball cards or something like that. And these will be the ones that we're gonna have on eBay in the next week or so. You'll probably recognize a lot of the paintings. Some of these, this one here, that one here, and this one here are ones that were mini paintings that we did originally for Twitch. So the only way you can actually get a print of these are when we do the mini paintings up on eBay. That's kind of a neat way to get those because they're too small to really do like regular size prints of. But I like to put them on eBay as tiny little canvas chiclets. I'm gonna get my tape.
Ange got her first ACO and she liked it a lot.
Yay! Now the ACOs are kind of like buying a tiny little painting, but it's a 1 out of 1 limited edition. I sign them, I date them, I number them 1 out of 1 since I only make one of each. Here's my wonderful masking tape that I get at, I think probably Home Depot, I'm not sure.
Oh, somebody really wants the mermaid with roses.
Ah, that'd be a lovely one. I'll show that really quickly too again. Here's all of them. They're only about halfway done at this point. I was wanting to paint some of them here on camera, so I'll probably do that for the next like 20 minutes or whatever, however much time we have left. My little paintbrush.
We are about 15 minutes.
Oh, okay, well I'll get to work on a little bit of these. This is a painting I did originally as a mini painting here at Twitch. That was for Jackie. It was the Rococo in pink.
Isn't that cute?
She's a cutie. So I don't usually offer prints of these, but I make one single little tiny canvas print. Somebody was asking earlier about how I embellish canvas prints. It works very much like this, except a canvas print is very big and takes a lot longer. But I like doing the little ACEOs up here because they're like having a tiny little trading card that I have painted little details on. So I use the same paints I would normally do on a painting. I put them here on the little tiny canvas clay.
Yeah, ACOs are adorable.
Yeah, I like working on them. I might put a little bit closer to camera. Okay. There we go. Let's see a little bit better. But some of you might remember the original painting was on wood. That was when I worked on here on Twitch. Was that in Kansas City, love, or was that here in Florida? Was it around the time we were traveling from California? Ah, my life was crazy. Okay.
And ACOs, what does ACO stand for, Jasmine?
Art Cards, Editions, and Originals.
There you go.
Which is a it's a very, I say old, it's not that old, but it's a term that's been used on the internet for about 20, maybe 25 years, I'm not sure.
It's one of those old internet terms.
Since in the 1990s, it's so old-fashioned. But basically, it's when artists like to make their own trading cards that are something that you can only get from the artist, but it has something special about it. I think that's why it's called editions and originals. With mine, I do one of each, so it's an edition of 1 out of 1, I guess. And I will sign it, Jasmine, and I'll sign it 1 out of 1. But in the meantime, I go through and I kind of paint over a lot of the highlights. And I will paint little details, like how her hair's kind of curly over there. I'm going to make her hair kind of curly over here, too. And with something like this one, it was only ever a special one-of-a-kind painting I did on Twitch, so it's not something you can like buy a painting or a canvas print of on strangeling.com, which makes it kind of like a unique item.
Yes,
these aren't for sale yet, but we'll put them up at eBay. I'm Strangeling up at eBay. That's my name there. And with all these, since I only make one, I always auction them off. I store them at a penny. And I let people figure it out from there. I only do one of each, so it's too hard to try to figure out, hey, I'm going to make one of these for sale. I don't know how to price them. I don't know what time of day to put them up, because the few times I've ever tried to sell them directly, it's always been like the middle of the night, and it's like whoever is awake then. And it's not really fair to everybody. So we put them up for usually like a week long, start at a penny, let everybody bid.
Then everybody says it reminds her of her mom.
Aww. Oh, that's sweet. But these are kind of fun to do because I get to feel like I'm kind of doing the painting over again in a way. And I'm making very slightly different choices on the colors and the direction of where the hair is going. Little magic sparkles. Aww. These bright green eyes. I'm gonna change that a little bit. I'm keeping them green, but I'm putting some more yellow in her eye. I think in a way that might make it pop a little bit. Put a little bit there.
Some yellow?
But there, yeah, I'm putting some yellow tones on the lower part of her iris, so it's really making it kind of going from green to gold to bright yellow. Pretty. Oh, she's cute. She kind of looks like she's smiling a little bit more too. I'm going to put a little bit of that light pink on her lips too.
How many ACOs have you done, you think?
Well, it'd be hard to count because I know I have a text document somewhere with all of them, but for the most part, I've done one for every painting I have done for myself. I can't make the ones for Disney, like the ones for them, but for paintings I just do for myself, if it's not like a portrait of somebody or it's the one I'm just painting for fun, I've done one of each of those, so I've probably done a couple thousand, but there's only one of each picture. So each one is numbered number 1 out of 1. And people do like, they're also called ATC, which is artist trading card. So people do like to trade them sometimes too. But it's a way you can kind of collect them if you don't have a lot of wall space or if you don't have a high budget. Again, these go anywhere from like $20 or $30 up to $2,000 or $3,000. Sometimes I set it at a penny and let people fight it out. I'll probably list, this is the first out of 8 I've been working on this week, so I'll probably be up at least by next Thursday when we have our next Twitch is next Thursday, right? So
yep.
We can at least tell you then. We'll show you how they look when they're finished, and that might be the next time we have them up there to bid on, but they're also not very big. They're 2.5 by 3.5 inches, so they make little frames that are for ACO cards that you can put them in specifically, or you can also put them, again, in the little card holders, which is how I store them to keep my cats away from them, basically.
Yes.
So we've got, like, I think you can buy those, like, at Target. They're meant for, like, Pokemon cards or baseball cards.
Baseball cards,
yeah,
Pokemon cards, collectible cards.
Exactly, yeah. They're all the same size as those, so.
It's just a good way to store them.
Yeah.
Like you said, it keeps the kitties off of them.
It does, yeah. Or if you have like cats in your house, it keeps the cat hair and the dust off of it.
Jasmine.
Yeah.
Bien Chica says, I just want to thank you for doing Twitch and being so transparent with your talent and open with your life.
I do my best. Thank you. Thank you for watching me here.
8 minutes to raffle.
Oh, and that will be for the little pin, right?
Yep, jack-o'-lantern fairy pin.
And they will be the very first person, other than me, because that's mine originally, to have a jack-o'-lantern fairy pin, won't they?
Yes.
Because they don't actually come out until October. That's basically, it's a sample that I get that has the colors, and I make sure it matches. So you'll be the first one to get her. You can keep her, or if you don't collect pins, go up to the pin group and trade her with somebody. I bet somebody would like to trade.
Oh my gosh.
I am a big proponent for trading pins. I'm very happy that we have a very active, we have like 1,400 people up there, I think, Manny, who are trading pins actively every day. So if you have a pin, you don't know what it's from, put it up there to trade. You don't know what you'll come up with. People sell them up there too. Selling is less fun than trading, but you can totally sell them too. I'm no judgment. You can do whatever you like. But I like it when people trade pins because that is just makes my heart happy. Put a little bit more of a bright on her under eye there. Now, if you're going to compare her to the original painting, she's going to look a little bit different because her hairstyle is a bit different, her eyes are a bit different. Probably sign her name, my name rather, on her. I might do it in kind of a blue-gray to kind of match the dark parts of her hair there.
Jasmine Rice Neon says hello.
Hello, Rice Neon. Yeah, I was going to do it in pink, then I thought I should do it in like a blue-gray color because that kind of matches the background part of her hair. Such problems.
These aren't crazy problems.
Not really, no. Good. Oh, it's fun though. Sign her. We'll let you guys know next week, on Thursday, when these are up for auction on eBay.
Definitely. Jasmine's putting her signature on there.
Signature, the date, number 1 of 1. And she's only actually halfway done at this point because I write a lot of the certification numbers on the back. I write the name, the date, the number 1 of 1, and my website and certification information on her. And she will be one of the ones on eBay. I actually might go and add some more additional details on her too when I get my other brushes out. But for now, she's
about 5 more minutes to raffle.
Okay. I'm going to do I'm going to show Mermaid with Roses, I think is the next one I'm going to work on. So I have my tiny little canvas print that I've already made. Get my tape out here. I'm going to use the heck out of this tape. Since I work at kind of a 45-degree angle here, I have to use a lot of tape to stick things on there. Thank you for reminding me about the ACO cards, love. I was going to forget about that almost. I'd just be working on the painting all night otherwise.
You know, we do a lot of stuff.
We do, yeah. And I'm not sure if by next week I'll be still working on Vampire Dragonling, but I might be. It depends how many projects I have to work on in the meantime. So we have Mermaid with Roses. It's a very new and very favorite painting of mine. Yeah.
Ian wants to know if has anyone had a long personal message on an ACEO before?
I've had people have me write poems on there before.
It's just very difficult.
It is difficult because I write a lot of info on there. I'm like, hand embellished by the artist, strangeling.com, jasminetoad.com, 1995. You know, I put all the info on there, and that's kind of hard. When people have a very long note on there, sometimes I have like greeting cards of my artwork and I'll say, hey, why don't I write it in a card? Like somebody had a marriage proposal on one and I was like, wouldn't it be easier to put this in a card and send them the card? And that was easier probably than putting on the back of this, but for the most part, I can try to accommodate most people. You remember that, Maddie?
I think so.
Yeah. We just put in a greeting card that had a painting on the front, and we sent it along with the ACO. And that worked pretty good. So I've taken some Vat Orange, some titanium white, a little bit of Naples yellow, and then some of the Dioxazine purple and the quinacridone magenta. Mix them together. It sounds like a lot of colors, but it is not nearly as complicated as it sounds. I'm putting little details. I'm changing the shape of the roses, basically. I've made a color of pink that is kind of similar to the color of pink that is on the giclée, the middle of the roses. And I'm kind of drawing that a bit up, going off the side a bit, adding some extra petals down here. So that if somebody were to see the ACEO, they'd be like, oh, the flowers are different than the painting. And they are different because I painted them different. And that's part of the fun I get as an artist, to kind of reimagine some of the basic things are there, but I get to do some of the, I use the word embellishment because I'm adding special things on there.
Definitely. Yeah. It's definitely embellishment.
It is. And again, if you were to put this next to the original painting, which is huge, obviously it'd be different, but you'd be like, oh, that rose only had 5 petals, this one has 7, and, you know, kind of going from there. That way you have something that is kind of, has original elements to it, but without having to pay the $20,000 or whatever the original painting was. Oh, she is such a cutie. She's when I painted her. Did I paint? I painted her at Twitch, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah, at least part of her.
Remember we had to explain why it had such a funny panel.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I had to cut it to fit the beautiful frame, the lovely mirror frame.
Yes.
Wow, it's 2 a.m. in France.
Oh my goodness.
That's amazing, Super B.
Oh, thank you, Ricky. And take some green and kind of go along her little tail here too.
Oh.
Was that the magic noise for the last giveaway?
Yeah, for some reason my phone was telling me what the Dow Industrial average is up for.
You know, my phone's always telling me junk like that. That's what I hate about phones. I don't care about the industrial average. Okay. Well, I mean, I do, but I don't want to look at it. Okay.
Kitten BZ.
Kitten BZ, so they are the person who
won
the pin, right?
Yes, they won the pin.
Dark pin. So you are the very first person after me to have the Jack-o'-lantern fairy, the October pin of the month. To be fair, people will get her in October, but you will get the first one. And if you are a member of our Patreon or you buy her later, that means you have a free one to trade. Go up to the pin group and trade her to people. You might get some cool ones, some rare ones, and it makes the trading all the more fun. And that's what I'm all about. So, and she glows in the dark when you get her. Hold her up to a light bulb and then go into a closet or a bathroom with no windows and look at her, and she is darling. Congratulations.
Put up the little instructions.
Yay. Yeah, just email us at jasminetoad@AOL.com.
I think that person might have went off to pottery, but I think I know who they are.
Okay.
But I'll put it in there anyway, and I'll write it down. So
excellent.
No worries.
Because we've always found everybody who won, right? Do we still have
eventually
a 0-0 record there?
We caught one from a while back the other day.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
But I still take care of them.
Yeah, we try to find ya. Let's see. Do we have an hour more, or we close at 8, or what do we do?
We can end.
Is it 8?
Yep, we end
really
soon.
Is that the last giveaway?
That is the last giveaway.
Okay. Do a little bit more painting on her. Well, I will be sure to let y'all know next Thursday we'll be back around 4 o'clock Eastern Time, 21 o'clock UK time. And by that time, hopefully I'll be done with my ACO cards, and I can show you the links to these if you want to bid on them. And you can see the things that I actually painted, and you can bid on them. It's very fun. And I may or may not be done with the Vampire Dragonling. If I am, I will let you know the link if you'd like to get the prints or any other goodies that we're working on in the meantime. And I guess we'll see you then.
Okay, night,
everybody. Thank you for joining us. Night-night. I'll see you next time. Oh, this roses is going to be so cute.